All right, so we are live with our live election coverage here. I'm excited. I am excited for this. It's gonna be a very good night. So what I've done, I have I've adjusted my hours to include the overnight hours, which is not something I normally do. And the first thing I see, we can tell that the market has finally closed this gap up here. So looking to the left, um, we I'll pull it up on the daily chart. So this is the gap we're looking at, this low to this high, and so that gap closed just now. So we haven't seen too much volatility yet. We're starting to. I mean, this is starting to become because of news, but we're gonna have a lot more of this tonight. So we're gonna observe it. We're gonna see how the election odds are looking. And if there are trades, we will be taking trades. So when I see four strong bars like this, these are buy the close bars. So if you see like a second bar like this closing high above these other bars, has follow through from this first bar, people are buying the close of that. Next bar closing above the high, they're buying the close of that. Another bar, they're buying the close of that. And they figure either the market's going to continue to go straight up, or if it goes sideways and has a pullback, they can buy more lower, and they would be able to at least get out break even. However, look at this move. This is a 30-point move in 25 minutes. So you need to trade small if you're going to be doing that. We are live streaming the election. We're going to be watching the market. Election live. Election news.
Our cutting-edge chart.
Look at the numbers. You can see Democrats are defending far more seats than Republicans tonight, including in 3 states that were Trump states in 2020, West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. CBS News projects the West Virginia Republican, Jim Justice, is the winner in West Virginia, flipping a state from blue to red. The margin for error is gone for Democrats the rest of the night in the U.S. Senate. A mirror image in the U.S. House, where Republicans are defending so many seats in seats that Joe Biden won in 2020. Nearly a dozen of the seats won or that are being defended by Republicans tonight were won by Joe Biden. That includes roughly a half dozen competitive seats in New York and a half dozen competitive seats in California. It's possible one party waves through or washes through those states. If we come back in after we see the numbers, overall seats in Biden districts,
Be right back. I'm gonna get
overall
some
seats
water.
in California and New York that we see as battlegrounds, we can bring in our virtual U.S. Capitol, and I'll try to stand on the center aisle of the virtual Capitol as we equip ourselves for the long night ahead. It's worth noting the entire U.S. House, all 435 seats are up tonight. I'm standing near the battleground seats. These white chairs behind me are the ones we'll watch closely all night. And a reminder, Nora, if Democrats can net a gain of 4 seats in the U.S. House, they have the majority. It'd be a Democratic Speaker of the House on January 6, 2025, in the first half of the next president's first term.
You explained that so well, and it will be a long night in terms of control of Congress. Scott McFarland, thank you. And, you know, one of the big storylines of the night is that this is the first presidential election since the overturning of Roe versus Wade, abortion on the ballot in some 10 states to try and restore reproductive rights in those states. The Democratic Party hoping that that will drive women to the polls. How do you measure what's happening tonight, Margaret?
Well, we'll be able to measure it in 10 states where it's literally on the ballot, but it is going to be a little challenging to slice the bologna, to continue John's analogy there, because sometimes people cross over party lines. What we have seen, though, in the early exit polls that CBS has conducted is that when they do talk, those are the 10 states you see right there. And by the way, Arizona, battleground. This could be a game changer possibly when it comes to driving up turnout. However, that is a state where abortion rights are already protected. It's about putting it in the Constitution. Similar story in some of the other states. Florida is going to be a really fascinating one. We'll tell you about in the 8 o'clock hour when we get those results. But broadly speaking, in the exit polls that we see, when Harris voters are asked what motivated them, number 1 issue, state of democracy. Number 2 is abortion. Economy ranks 3. For Trump voters, it's economy and it's immigration. So it's a motivating issue for Democrats. One we saw was perhaps decisive in those midterm 2022 races. In this presidential election, will it be? It's unique. The man on the ballot is the president who appointed the justices that overturned Roe versus Wade. And the woman on the ballot for the Democrats has put reproductive health care, women's reproductive health care, at the center of her campaign in a really unique way, Nora. I don't think we have ever had such a national conversation about health care in the way we have. And it's an emotional one. It's a galvanizing issue. It's an uncomfortable one. And we're going to be able to perhaps measure that in some of these key states. And we'll bring you those referendum tonight.
I want to bring in Robert Costa, who I know has some new reporting.
Just to build off Margaret's reporting, there's another intriguing storyline on abortion rights inside the Trump campaign tonight and among top Republicans. There's concern that Trump's unwillingness at times to embrace the overturn of Roe v. Wade and claim responsibility for the nominations of the Supreme Court justices who overturned it in recent years, that is softening potentially the support of evangelicals in places like North Carolina, conservative Catholics,
The stream's
conservative
fire.
evangelicals. If Trump does not win tonight, there's a fear that it's because those who support overturning abortion rights
All right, we got
don't
Bryce
show
in here.
up for
Cool.
Trump at the numbers they need to for Trump to win.
So,
It's fascinating because his former
you know,
vice
the odds
president,
really
Mike
haven't
Pence,
changed much yet.
cited
We can pull up Polly
the
Margaret.
abortion stance Donald Trump has taken as the reason not to vote for him.
Let me
Not January
turn them off. All right. So actually, well, in the last few minutes since last checked, Trump has gone up to a 67% chance of winning. So that's the biggest spike that we've seen. So the market is now starting to we're starting to see some of that increased volatility. So here's our 5-minute chart. Now we're probably going to have stuff like this for the rest of the night, especially if it's a close race and there's kind of a back and forth. Then there's going to be a lot of big moves. We're really early. I mean, there's increased volatility that's just now starting, and for the election, this lasts the entire night. So, I mean, you'll see that going into like 1 or 2 in the morning, like increased volatility, and that's pretty much how long we're gonna live stream as well. So the trader in me wants to see a tight race, because I know that means anytime there's a little bit of news, the market's going to adjust very quickly. You know, if it's clear, like if Trump just continues to win, and you know he gets a lead in Pennsylvania, and you know if he basically has it pretty early, then the market won't be too interesting. But if it's close, it'll be a lot of big swings up and down. I have the 2000 tick chart up. I think this will be appropriate, or the 1 minute chart will be kind of best to view the movement. Where's the money going? Who cares who wins? You know, so I have this theory, and you know, of course I could be wrong on this. I have a theory the market wants to sell off, and it doesn't matter who wins. Either way, the market is just waiting for this big news event, this you know, the election, for this to happen. So it's kind of similar to the idea of buy the rumor, sell the news. But really, what I'm trying to get at is, a lot of the times, well, sometimes the market will want to do something, but it has to wait until there's a news event for it to do it. It has to wait for that increased liquidity. And it doesn't matter what the news event, whether it's, you know, whether we would consider it bullish or bearish, positive or negative, it just needs that news event to occur. And well, I'm going to pull up a monthly chart, and we'll see if my chart will load. But you can guess what the monthly chart would show. All right, so here's the monthly chart. Let's see. The last election was November 2020. We were at 3,800. We're now at 5,800 4 years later. You know, compare that to 2016, when we were around 2,500 then, and now we're at 5,800. The market's had a huge rally. You know, I mean, this is the COVID sell-off, and look how much of a rally we've had compared to even this dramatic COVID sell-off. I don't want to be one of those people that get stuck in the trap of you know, always being like a perma bear and always find a reason for the market to go down. But I know the market can stay bullish for a lot longer than, you know, someone that's shorting could stay solvent. But I just have a feeling that there could be a sell-off, and it doesn't matter who wins, you know, Trump or Kamala. Yeah, so probably for the next 2 hours, we're going to have these odds changing pretty rapidly, back and forth. Let me see what the news says.
Yeah.
But the fact that he has left
As well, Gail?
Cedric, it's really good to see you. There was a perception, either rightly or wrongly, that Kamala Harris had a problem with black male voters. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I don't think it was true, but I will say this.
Yeah, so Matthew, you know, I really don't even feel like it's too hot. And you know, this is not something that I would put money on, like shorting the election. It's just kind of, it's more of a fun, like conspiracy or theory I have. However, what can we look at in the market to see what might happen? Well, let's go ahead and analyze this. So Trump is, let's see. So 1 hour ago, he was at 58%. 1 hour ago, he was at 58% chance of winning. Now he's, 67%. And now we can look at 1 hour ago. So 1 hour ago, we were 24 points lower. So likely what's happening is as Trump gets a surge, the market is going up. So if Trump is getting higher chances of winning, the market's going up. Then we can also see how there's been a little bit of a dip in his odds in the last few minutes. Then you can see here, we've had this little bit of hesitation. So that might be a sign of how we could trade for the rest of the night. So to me, that's kind of the plan going into it, is we want to use this first hour or so to see how the market's acting when someone becomes the favorite. And then for the hours after, just continue to trade that pattern. So I was there during the 2016 election. I was watching the market just like this. And I was there during the 2020 election. I watched them both live with my laptop on my lap, watching the market on what they did. And both times, when the market was going up, it was because Trump was the favorite. It's because his odds of winning were going up. If the market was selling off, it's because his odds of winning were going down. Coming into this, I'm not sure if that's going to hold true here. However, so far, we have evidence that as his odds of winning go up, the market's going up, and as his odds of winning go down, then we're either selling off or going sideways. The real big moves you're going to see are when a big event happens during, when a certain state gets a news event, like if Pennsylvania, a new set of votes have been released, and we know that one person is the favorite, then that's when you're going to see like big jumps in the odds. Coco Mojo says the Nasdaq 5-minute is looking tempting. So let me pull up a 24-hour chart on Nasdaq. All right, Coco Mojo. Nasdaq is even more volatile than the mini. That might be an even more fun market to watch tonight. We're gonna stay focused on the mini, but I'm sure Nasdaq would be fun to watch. Coco Mojo. So you say the 5-minute looks tempting. I'm not sure how you trade, but what you're looking at is tempting. We have this high here. We've broken out above it. We're pulling back a couple times. Now we're getting a bullish signal bar. That's how I would look at it. That's what I would look at as being tempting. So yeah, I think if this bar closes something like this, that'd be a reasonable swing trade up. Simply just a pretty flag. It is. That's a flag. You know, got a little flag right there. Certainly. Thoughts on Monster? Do you mean technically or fundamentals? That is a tempting swing buy right there. I mean, I think that's a reasonable buy to take. You know, put your stop to buy above, place your stop loss below it, and try to go for a swing up. Oh yes, of course, MicroStrategy. Well, you know, let's pull up. I, s- I was I had Monster Energy on the mind. Uh, MicroStrategy. Well, let's pull them up. Let me pull up a chart here. So you know, I think the CEO of MicroStrategy, I think his whole game plan is just, I mean, I think it's all been genius, really. You know, so I don't know all the ins and outs of MicroStrategy, but I know one of the general premises is that, you know, they buy Bitcoin. Now the genius with him, like him as a person, not as a company, but him as a person, is he has ownership in MicroStrategy. He owns part of this business, and what the business does is it's buying Bitcoin, and so in a way he's using the business's money. If you know if the business fails, then that's the business's money. But if it goes up, then he has that ownership stake in MicroStrategy. So he's using essentially other people's money to take advantage of Bitcoin's price movement. And if Bitcoin goes down, you know, sure, he loses his some of his net worth because he has so much in MicroStrategy. But really, his risk is limited, and his, you know, the upside is almost unlimited. I do see MicroStrategy's had a bit of a pop here. So I wonder, is this because it's just correlated to the E-mini right now, or is it because Trump is a more pro-Bitcoin president, and is this reflecting his odds of winning, similar to the way that you know, the Nasdaq and the E-mini are? So I haven't checked the odds in a second, but let me pull it up. And see, now that the market is starting to pull back a little bit, my premise would be that his odds of winning have gone down slightly. Okay, so currently that's not holding true because he is up a little bit in the last few minutes, and the market is kind of down a little bit. Let me clean up my screen here.
Washington is the seat of power, national security.
We don't want to watch an ad. So the E-mini seeing the same kind of flag that the NASDAQ scene. So if you would have taken that swing buy, you would have been stopped out if you had your stop there. However, I think the setup would be reasonable for a swing buy. You know, it's important to keep in mind when you're taking a buy like this and you're going for 2 times your risk, you're going to lose the majority of the time. But that's offset by your higher profit. NASDAQ, your trade would have still been on here. So if you bought above that bull bar, stop below, you would still be on, which is kind of interesting. You know, we're going to look at some other charts. We're going to pull up gold. We're going to pull up Bitcoin. And we're going to kind of keep our finger on the pulse of those markets as well. Gold will be an interesting chart to watch. Right, gold is often a marker for uncertainty. You say Bitcoin's ran away, so let me go ahead and pull up Bitcoin as well. Yeah, I should have made a comment there that yes, if MicroStrategy was going up, then we could assume Bitcoin was running up. You know, so the thinking should have been, when I was looking at MicroStrategy, my thinking should have been, yeah, Bitcoin's going up. And now why is Bitcoin going up? Is it going up because Trump is more pro Bitcoin? Is that the reason? The Trump pump.
No middleman.
Share with you from the states that just closed. In Florida, once an electoral battleground that has moved right in recent circles, CBS News projects Trump will win the Sunshine State. In Alabama, CBS News projects Trump will win this race. Trump carried Alabama by large margins in the past 2 elections. And in reliably blue Massachusetts, CBS News projects the Vice President, Kamala Harris, will win. Let's take a look.
0% of the vote, and they've already called it.
Now at Maryland, CBS News projects Harris will win there. There's a key Senate race. We'll check in there as well. And Oklahoma, CBS News projects Trump will win. Let's take a look now at Tennessee. CBS News projects Trump will win in the state of Tennessee. The big number we've been talking about, 270 electoral votes.
So this
That's
is the map
the number
so far.
Needed to win. And so far, with those early results, the race to 270 shows Donald Trump with 90 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 27.
So the key states, Pennsylvania is the most important state. If every state that is leaning one direction or the other goes that way, then that means Pennsylvania will be the tiebreaker. So if every state that is like leaning one direction actually is won by that person, then Pennsylvania will be the deciding state. So Pennsylvania is the most important state. As we go west, remember California is 5 o'clock right now, so we really don't have information on like Nevada, Arizona. Those will be important states later.
Want to check in with our data desk team to see what.
I'm not going to name the counties, but just watch the counties as I go through them and compare where Trump is now compared to where he was in 2020.
you'll just see as I move through them, again, I'm not going to name them, the names aren't important, but you just see he's running slightly ahead of what he did in 2020. That was exactly the strategy the Trump campaign wanted to have. More turnout and higher vote totals all throughout rural parts of every battleground state. At least in Georgia, and I could go all over the map, the trend line is pretty consistent, Nora. He is doing that. Even though the smaller counties have smaller numbers of votes, running up the margins there does help offset, or possibly could offset.
I'm going to pull up
what are
the 1 minute
expected to be
chart
very strong
on the
vote
E-mini.
outcomes for the vice president in Metro Atlanta and some other parts of the state.
So break that down. What do you think that means?
Well, what it means is, for now, going back to our estimate, 50-50, that's by county. Statewide, we'll go back to that overall.
So what we'll start to notice happen is as the night goes on and some of these more important states get important information, we'll see right as they're talking, the market will spike in one direction or the other.
Estimate general, and Michael Watley was talking about one of these early indicators. They're just seeing higher turnout, higher vote totals at the margins in some of the redder counties of southeast Georgia and other parts of northern Georgia as well.
Major Garrett, thank you. I want to turn to Ed O'Keefe, our senior White House correspondent. I understand you have some new reporting on this, too.
Part of why things remain so tight there in Georgia is if you look at those counties around Atlanta, and maybe Major can zoom in on some of them, what the Harris campaign is seeing is real encouragement there. That in fact, she's running ahead of President Biden in some of those ex-urban counties around Atlanta, higher totals than what the president got 4 years ago. That is how she wins a state like Georgia tonight. Can you run up the numbers in the suburbs? Can you get young college voters across the country to turn out? Can you lean on the black and Latino voters you need? In Georgia already, we're seeing good indications that the reason she's keeping it even is because Democratic advantages there around Atlanta, the biggest city in the South, may be improving.
All right, Ed O'Keefe, thank you. I want to bring in 60 Minutes correspondent Bill Whitaker, part of our Democracy Watch tonight. And we did see some foreign sources try and interfere with the democratic process today.
Yes, we did. We've been talking to election officials in key battleground states all across the country. The headlines: federal officials are investigating dozens of fake bomb threats at election-related sites all across the country, about 40 in Georgia alone. And federal officials tell us that these threats are picking up as this evening goes on.
Yeah, we knew there was going to be a lot of nonsense with this election. You know, it's important that we come out of tonight with a clear winner. You know, we needed. It's important for the country that we go to sleep knowing who it is. That's the issue we ran into last time. We went to sleep and you know, you wake up and suddenly it's a surprise. So gold, often a marker for uncertainty, right? A flight to safety. When people are worried about what the world is doing, countries are worried. They want to move towards something more secure. They move to that, and gold goes up. So far, you know, the market's been up and gold's been down. So just based on what we've been saying about certainty, then this is good for certainty. This means that the market has some comfort in what has happened so far. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to set up a little camera to monitor the odds of winning. I'm going to put it right here. So while I'm adjusting that, I'll let this guy talk.
Compared compared to 2020, and so they are optimistic. As for the Trump campaign, they say, a robust turnout in those rural areas where they have been targeting, especially men, low propensity voters who may not have ever voted at all. And so they say where it matters in the deep red parts, they're getting new voters out. But what is really different, Nora, is the way that they've gotten people to the polls. The Harris campaign ground game has been like a well-oiled machine with 50 field offices spread across the state, with 110,000 volunteers since her launch, knocking on over 5 million doors. And this is something that they love talking about because they say they have a ground game that the Trump campaign doesn't even touch. But for the Trump team, they own that. And they say, yeah, we have about 24 field offices and we are reaching people, but they've really outsourced the door knocking and the traditional ground game to super PACs, including Elon Musk's. And the Harris campaign says that's a real risk because they don't have the same kind of data points that they are getting, so they can target people that they need to get out and vote. So
I put over here odds of winning. So that should update. That should be live. So as this updates, then that should be accurate.
He expects that number to surpass the million mark before the end of the day. That is on top of an additional 4 million ballots that were cast in early voting, which was a record. So
working on a breakout
there
up.
is some concern, as you all were talking about,
yes,
that some of those polling
that's
locations
correct.
had to extend their hours due to a number of bomb threats, particularly here.
So let me go ahead and I'm going to add a little text box to that to make it clear. Utu, thank you for joining the stream tonight. I'm glad to see you here. Yeah, betting markets. So in some markets, I can see how they can be very manipulated. Like, for example, some of the markets were like, how many times will Trump say border in his rally? Or like, what will Elon Musk say at this time? Yeah, I mean, well, Elon Musk could, place a bet on that, and he could say the word 5 times, and then, so that definitely could be manipulated. I mean, definitely. Something with the election. I agree. I mean, that can be manipulated as well, but I think that's a little bit. I think that's quite a bit more secure than the others. To me, I love being able to see the betting odds, the election odds, because when people are placing their real money down, that's how you know it's accurate, because people are using real money. The polls only can give you so much information, but anyone that does have any sort of like inside information, then they'll probably sneak around and place their bets, and then that's how we end up with the odds that we get, because anyone with more information will place bets, and then it works its way out to be the fair price, and a reasonably true percent. But yeah, there's a lot of manipulation that can happen, and there's going to be a lot of a lot that needs to be worked out on how these betting markets are gonna work. All right, I think that's good enough. So let me focus on the market a little bit. Bull trend. We're having a possible breakout here. So how I look at this, I can look at these highs. And I'm looking for there to be closes above this and then pullbacks that test this level, which is what we're getting here. So we have this potential double bottom here, and then the idea would be that this would be a swing buy above that. All right, bull trend. We have a bit of a pause in the trend. Now we're breaking out again, and you can see when the bears are trying to sell this off, and if they're failing multiple times, then the market is likely to continue up. The bears are only going to try to go down so much in a bull trend. This is gold. So far it's been difficult to find a correlation in who's winning versus what the market's doing. I think it was clear from like 7 to 8, or maybe from 7 to 7:30 or so, and now it's kind of, because now we see Trump's odds are above 70%, but now gold is going up, and the market's been stalling. So we'll probably need a little bit more time for it to play out and really to be able to find a pattern.
In a number of the counties in the metro Atlanta area, for instance,
If I need
Fulton
to,
County had at least 30.
If I need to adjust the volume or anything, just let me know. If I need to make any changes, I can do that.
In Independence, that's a big story. Exactly. All right, we've got so much more coming in. We've got to take a quick break. We'll dig into the latest results, also the path to victory. CBS News America Decides Election 2024 coverage returns in just a moment.
All right, we don't need to watch their ads. Well, while we've got a little bit of downtime, I wanted to show you guys the Discord. On this, what we're doing a kind of a fun event. We're having a competition to win a $25 gift card. And to win the competition, you need to be the closest guess of what the E-mini will close at on Friday. So what will the E-mini close at on Friday at 4:15? And the closest bet will be the winner. Now you have to have your guess in by Wednesday at noon Eastern time. So set your alarms. In less than 16 hours, you'll need to have your guess in. And I've been talking to several people on the Discord. They're waiting to put their guesses in because they want to they want to be as close as to this deadline as they can. Because why put your bet? Why put your guess in now if you have more time? So far, we have Christoph with a 59,000 bet on the E-mini. So hopefully someone else guesses so that the 59,000 bet does not win on for the price of the E-mini. I know he meant 5,900, but so check out the Discord. you know, we're gonna have some fun events like that, fun challenges. I'd really like to do a trading competition, or in the trading competition, you know, we can sign in somewhere to on a platform and basically just trade, and we'll have a leaderboard, like a weekly leaderboard, and you know, the winner will get a gift card, or we can, you know, I like to do some fun stuff like that. New all-time highs after Trump win and FOMC rate cut. Then dump Peroni. Yeah, maybe. You know, my thing is the interest rates. Like we know interest rates have been. We've known for a while that interest rates are going to be cut. And like I'll pull up the, you know, here's the monthly chart again. I mean, we've known, at least for this much through here, that we were in a higher interest rate environment, and interest rates would be going down. So a lot of this is the market pricing in those lower rates. So if it's already priced in, then you know, there is a chance we could have some selling from that. And like I was saying, you know, the market's had all this time to price in what it thinks is going to happen for the election and for rate cuts. So maybe not. Maybe the market will continue up, and you know, it's going to go. It's just going to keep on going up like it has been. But you know, I think there's a decent chance that there could be a sell-off after the election.
To play out this year as well. So the red states showing Donald Trump's likely wins, and the blue states showing Kamala Harris's likely wins as a starting point. So she would have 226.
I'm going to back this up just a sec, because they were talking about Pennsylvania. So far, 7% of the votes are in for Pennsylvania.
Donald Trump's likely wins,
and Harris is up 72%.
Kamala Harris's likely wins as a starting point. So she would have and Wisconsin taking 10 electoral votes.
The so-called blue wall strategy.
Exactly, the blue wall, all the bricks there in order. Joe Biden won them. Donald Trump, by the way, won them back in 2016. But this is traditional Democratic territory. You see it gives her 270 right there. She becomes the next president of the United States. Easiest path, if easy could be used here.
Exactly. Doesn't look easy tonight, right?
Nothing easy about this. It's very, very much a cliffhanger. But if Donald Trump were to flip Georgia back, right? Remember, he lost by fewer than 12,000 votes, 11,799 votes, to be exact. If he were to flip Georgia back into the red column, and then North Carolina, 16 more electoral votes there, and to hold on to that, he won that one by 75,000 back in 2020. Yes, 2020. And then if he were to take Pennsylvania, he would become the next president of the United States, 270 right there. So it shows you how critical each of these states is at this point. Pennsylvania just closed. If that were to go the other way, you know, that takes it right out of his hands, and now he has to go elsewhere to find votes, and that would be, say, Arizona and Nevada. Does that bring him closer?
Closer, but not yet.
251, a long way. He'd have to go into one of the blue walls and take one of those bricks out of that. He'd need at least 15. Whoops, sorry, 15. He'd get it right there, and call that 266. He'd still need one more state. He'd still need to get to Wisconsin to get over the top. So you can see how critical Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, they all are to both candidates.
Maurice Dubois, thank you. Want to turn now to Cecilia Vega, because Cecilia, I know you did some reporting in Pennsylvania. What are we learning about what may be happening in the Keystone State?
Yeah, we're just back from a reporting trip there. Look, this is the Holy Grail. Margaret said it at the top of the show with its 19 electoral college votes. And I think, Nora, to understand the significance of Pennsylvania, all you got to do is look back to the final day of campaigning. Both candidates there, Donald Trump telling everybody, if we win Pennsylvania, we'll win this whole ball of wax. Kamala Harris ending her final rally on the steps of the famous Rocky Steps there. But look, Al Schmidt, the Secretary of State, told me we are probably not going to know the results from Pennsylvania tonight. Delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening. Pack your patience, you said at the top.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
So delay might not mean something nefarious is happening, but it's still important to know by the end of the night. You know, I mean, with the technology we have, I mean, we should know the second that those ballots are finished. Market's been sideways here. We got the 1 minute chart up. It's been sideways for a bit now. It's actually getting fairly tight. You know, compare that to what we were having around like 7 to 8. We were up about 30 points in 25 minutes. There's still going to be some big swings tonight. You know, we are early in the night for an election. I'm surprised we do have this much consolidation right now. But we are very early in the night. A lot of big moves left. Out of curiosity, I'm going to pull up the crude chart. Just, you know, just for fun, see what's going on with crude. Okay, well, nothing too extreme. What I'd love to see is for Bitcoin to finally really break out up. This is the Bitcoin chart. I'm going to make it glow. This is the 5 minute Bitcoin chart. I'd really love to see Bitcoin finally break out above and really get some legs on moving up. So that's also kind of what I was talking about, where sometimes you just need a news event to happen for this to occur. Maybe this is the catalyst that sends Bitcoin to 100,000. You know, maybe not like tonight, but for the next few months, maybe this is where it rallies up to 100,000. Bookies are getting together and figuring out the new line. End of year Bitcoin 100,000. Yeah, I'm not sure if you had seen. I made a couple of videos on that idea, 100,000 Bitcoin by the end of the year, and I think with the election and you know, this might be. I definitely think 100,000 Bitcoin is possible by the end of the year. And I made a couple of videos on that you can check out. Jamie, welcome to our stream. We are occasionally pulling up CNN or CBS here. We have the Trump odds in this green square over here, and we're waiting for some more market volatility. We've been sideways for the last few minutes here. I think we're waiting on some states to release some news on how their voting's going. SpongeBob. Hey, if anyone takes a trade tonight, you gotta let us know. You know, if anyone, I hope to get in on a trade. You know, we had a couple ideas. We were talking about possibly trying to get a swing trade on NASDAQ. You would have still been in on NASDAQ if you had bought here. But I want to see more. I want to see more of a direction. I'm not going to take any trades like when we're like this. But yeah, if anyone takes a trade tonight, make sure you tell the group. I'd be interested in knowing what you guys do. Speaking of, I'm going to pull up the volume and see what the volume is showing. So it is after hours, so I mean volume's going to be less. Some of these 1 minute bars we're able to get up to almost or more than 2,000. So that would make for, you know, some 5 minute bars that are between like a couple thousand to 5,000. So not bad for overnight. Margins are increased tonight, at least on NinjaTrader, and I imagine on most other brokers. So I know what NinjaTrader is requiring is for your margin to be twice the normal amount until I think just until the market opens tomorrow. But definitely right now, margins are twice their normal amount.
Will win in that state. Let's take a look at Missouri. CBS News projects Trump will win there as well. And just in from our data desk in South Carolina, CBS News projects Trump will win also in that reliably red or Republican state. CBS News projects Kamala Harris will win the District of Columbia, where her election night headquarters are. No surprise there. And 3 electoral votes there. And then in the race for the all-important number of 270 electoral votes, Donald Trump is at 105. Kamala Harris has 27 at this hour.
So she's going to catch up a lot because we have a lot of these blue states on the northeast coast that are going to
Major Garrett, Anthony Salvanto at our
start
CBS
closing
News
as well and being
data
called.
desk. I'm getting texts from friends who say, dig into the wall. We want more information. So gentlemen, take it away.
We will oblige.
All right.
We want to
Emini
start
just
in
had a
Florida
spike
because,
here.
Okay, it wasn't a battleground coming into this, but I'll tell you why we were able to call it. And that
you know,
is
we just had a 5-point spike on the 1 minute chart.
In one after another, you've seen
So
shifts, even
some
from
odd,
Donald Trump's
some just
previous
happened
victory.
there.
So that consistency told you that he was going to win. But there's another part of this, maybe the most important part of this. Major, take it away from Miami.
Sometimes, Nora, there's a story in a state that's just a story in that state. And I want to bring everyone's attention to Miami-Dade County. Look at where things currently stand in Miami-Dade County.
And definitely
with
keep
80%.
an eye on
Let's
our
compare
Trump
that
odds
to where
here.
things finished in 2020.
And
See how much farther
these should
ahead
be pretty
former
close.
President Trump
Like
is
the
of where
time
he
should be
was in
pretty close on
2020.
this. So
Let's go
you
back
can watch
one
this
more
and
step,
then watch
ladies and
how the
gentlemen,
market
to
is moving.
2016. Look at the transformation of this once solidly Democratic county, a place of highly concentrated Democratic support. One of the anchors to Democrats in Florida when it was a competitive state. The fact that it is competitive no longer flows through Miami-Dade. There's one other thing we want to show you
Miami
about
is red.
Florida writ large, and that is the phenomenon of ticket splitting. So in Florida, there is a right to abortion referenda. It's at 57% now. It needs a 60% threshold. Anthony, take it from there.
Well, what we're looking at is some in the Harris campaign thought maybe support for this measure might connect to support for Harris and maybe help bring up her vote numbers. It hasn't. Now, this needs 60% to pass. So we don't have a projection on that yet, but we do have it characterized as lean no, because as you can see, it's tracking below that 60%. Even with that majority, it has to get that 60% threshold. But that's your story, that big, big gap between Harris and the abortion referendum. Of course, she made that such a central part of her campaign, but it's not bearing out in the vote, Nora.
Let's go to North Carolina, Nora, because you asked for more data. We want to give you data. Anthony?
Okay, North Carolina, as you see, 14% in, so not a lot yet. But some of the tracking here already out of places like Raleigh-Durham, like around Charlotte, is going to be critical, because what's going to happen is Democrats have to run up large margins in these counties. Major, show the history here.
Sure,
this is what we're going to be. This is what we're going to be looking for. Okay, when you get to these areas, you're going to have to see, and she's getting it now, right? But it's very, very early. You're going to have to see Kamala Harris run up the score, run up the margins, because what's going to happen.
So we had a bit of a bull trap here. You know, bulls were pretty excited on a breakout happening, and then strong failure there. The technicals can only matter so much when you have so much news coming out. You know, so I think our trades really need to be a combination. You know, there needs to be confluence of where we can see both a trend and a good setup, and where the news is they're working together. U2 was expecting to pull back to 37 to long from before that spike. Oh, right. Yeah, you were expecting it to come down here, and then you were looking to get long if it came down here.
Is that Donald Trump? Right now, there are places, more rural areas, where you see, and also these outer suburbs.
Forsyth and Cherokee are very strong Trump counties.
Yeah, and there's still Republican vote out there, so we'll see exactly how that shapes up. It's still more to come. That's why it's so close, but only half in, Nora.
All right, let's keep looking into those.
Look at Atlanta. Look how blue Atlanta is, and Macon, and then you have all the other rural areas that are red. Why is it that the cities are blue and the rural areas are red?
In Georgia and North Carolina, so close at this hour. Thank you very much. I want to turn now to Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan. Margaret, we started this evening talking about, will there be a historic gender gap? Will there be the first female president of the United States? The first election since the overturning of Roe versus Wade, and abortion on the ballot, reproductive rights in 10 states. Where does that stand at this hour?
Well, I want to zero in on Florida, which Anthony just highlighted for you, because that is the first place we are seeing the results of this referendum. 84% of that, 83% of that vote already in. It is lean no. Why? Because they haven't reached that supermajority threshold of 60%. Put that that aside, what does that mean for the people of Florida? Well, the current law is that abortion is restricted after 6 weeks of pregnancy when a fetal heartbeat is often detected.
One of the most restrictive in the country.
One of the most restrictive in the country, particularly. You can get an abortion after 15 weeks if you can prove you were a victim of rape,
So
of incest,
I
or
expect to be
human trafficking.
streaming
You get
here,
a hand in a police report, a court order,
till
some proof that you were victimized.
late-
It's the only way you could
late
get
tonight,
it
like,
after 6 weeks. The
possibly later
referendum
than 2 in the
asked,
morning.
do voters want to change that? And
Especially if the
actually
market
amend
is
the
still
Constitution to
contested
include
and
the
we're
right
still
to an
having
abortion.
volatility, then we're going to
so
go
far we are
for
at
the whole night.
no, because they have not reached that supermajority. Now, Nora, this is so interesting, not just on the very practical, real-world implications of this for the women of the state. From the political level, we were talking about ticket splitting there.
Let me peek at some other charts here. Gold starting to rally. It's, you know, I'm not seeing much of a correlation between the markets right now because gold was selling off here when Trump was winning earlier. Now, as Trump's odds are getting better, gold's rallying. So he was doing better here, and then he kind of dipped in his odds. But now he's going back up, and but the gold is rallying. So, you know, I'm unable to see a clear trend there, a clear correlation. It's still really early in the night. But in the prior two elections, it was clear when they would come out with news. You'd get moves like this, and you see lots of these kind of spikes. That's the thing with trading and with markets is that it's never going to be the same. Things might repeat themselves, like 2016 and 2020 acted the same, where basically if Trump was winning, the market was going up. That was my hesitation this year. Like it's happened twice before, probably something different is going to happen this time. Now maybe it's just too early for that to be playing out yet. But I know then it was definitely clear when one side was winning, then the market was doing something specific for that.
Between
women. So Joe Biden, according to the exit polls at this moment, as we've been talking about, they're tentative, had a better lead with women than Kamala Harris has at the moment. Let's just talk about men briefly, if we must. Donald Trump is up 53-44. So he's up by 9 points. In 2020, Donald Trump won men with 8 points. So Donald Trump, now 8 and 9 is relatively basically even in terms of the exit polls. So you don't want to go too far on a single point gap. But essentially, Kamala Harris, based on these figures, is not doing as well as she needs to do to turn out the women's vote. If you'll tolerate a little bit more, let's look at the gender gap with men under 30. There was a lot of reporting about whether Donald Trump was going to do better with men under 30. Here, basically, it shows Harris 49, Trump 47. That's essentially
Sniper,
even.
welcome to the stream
but
tonight.
If we go
I'm glad
back
to see
in
you.
history to 2020, men under 30 voted for Joe Biden 52%.
So our green box here is Trump's odds of winning, and that's updated live. So that'll be, you can kind of keep an eye on that. Where you have the E-mini one minute chart, and you can see we've had some. I mean, there's been some good moves. I mean, in this 1 minute bar here, went up 5 points, then came down and went down about 4 points. So there's a 9 point swing in just 1 minute. So if you are trading tonight, make sure you're being trading small. Make sure you do have your stops in, and don't get too carried away. Make sure you're patient and waiting for a setup to happen.
And to Donald Trump's margin was bigger.
Hey, Mike, what is that?
That's Iron Beam, your go-to place for.
Fascinating to watch in this campaign is how Kamala Harris herself has avoided using gender as something to campaign on. And I can't help but think about the difference between this campaign and Hillary Clinton's campaign. I was there on election night in 2016 when she was at the Javits Center here in New York, and it had that symbolic glass ceiling that she clearly did not crack at that time. And here we are with Kamala Harris intentionally almost avoiding questions about and having to answer questions about her gender, that she has not asked voters to see her gender or her race or her ethnicity, for that matter, as a reason that she should get this job. It has been a very clear strategy for her to not campaign on gender.
And Nora,
There were cracks in the glass ceiling, just didn't get shattered.
Some cracks, exactly.
I remember that speech, yes. You were there, yes.
It came late, exactly.
If you dive deeper into these gender numbers, there's some real concern for Democrats. Let's start with Latino men, for example. Trump is winning them 54-45 right now. And she's only winning 61% of Latinas. Those are low numbers. Those are not comfortable numbers. The other one, if you look at white women, the hope was that she could win them nationally, given the abortion issue, given the fact that she would make history. Trump is winning what traditionally happens, 52% of them, based on this exit poll. So no measurable difference there either among women. Both of those would be real warning signs for the Harris team.
There was a belief that women, Republican women in particular, would go into the booth and vote their values, vote their conscience.
And they may still.
And they kept saying, you don't have to tell anybody, it's your own private vote. And what we're seeing early on, that does not appear to be the case.
This is national. So we'll see whether in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, these numbers are more specific and different. But
So
nationally,
Trump has 105 electoral college votes now. But I mean, Kamala's going to catch up really quickly as a lot of those blue East Coast states start being called.
At least. And he has expressed confidence, especially as he looks at states like Georgia and the exit poll data. Though I've been talking to my sources in Georgia via text message in recent minutes, and they say they feel really good about turnout because the Republican Party this time around is unified, unlike it was in early 2021 when the Democrats were able to pick up 2 Senate seats. I just got a text message from Governor Brian Kemp. He said still too early to say where Georgia is going, but they are feeling good. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, Representative Brendan Boyle, a key Democrat in Philadelphia, says Democrats have to feel good. He's seen on the ground very strong turnout.
Georgia's probably pretty close to being called. I mean,
in the
over
North Philadelphia
over half the votes in, and what were they up like? They're up like 300,000, and over half the votes are in.
precincts is preparing to potentially contest this election. Former White House Chief Strategist Steve Bannon tells me in recent minutes they are preparing a legal and political effort to help Trump fight this in Congress should he appear to be defeated. But right now, a lot of optimism in the Trump campaign, but it is.
I'm going to pull up specifically the Pennsylvania market, see what the betting odds are on the Pennsylvania market. So 61. So he's still a bit of a favorite in Pennsylvania. I think whoever's going to win needs to win Pennsylvania. Look at this other market. Trump wins Pennsylvania but loses the election. So only 8% of the time will Trump win Pennsylvania but lose the election. So that's how important Pennsylvania is. I mean, Pennsylvania is like that is the state to win. Gold's really seen a strong rally here. Not sure, not quite sure where that's coming from. Fonzie Bear, check NASDAQ. So this swing long we were talking on NASDAQ is still on. You wouldn't have been stopped out yet. Sideways. I wouldn't be doing anything right now. We had this tight range here. Tried to break out a little bit, came back in. Now we're back in this. You know, you could argue the bulls. You could argue we have a head and shoulders top. So left shoulder, head, right shoulder. I think for me to short, I'd want the market to get below this support resistance line here. You know, so we had this. It came up here, broke out here, and kept on coming back to this. So this is a good support level. I like to see this breakout below, and then try to retest before looking for a short. Yeah, NASDAQ is very popular. Lots of people want to trade NASDAQ, and so I could see a potential short coming here. You know, we have a good bear bar here. I would still want to see it break below this support level before thinking it'll head lower. A bit of a sell-off in the E-mini. We'll see if it bounces at the 200 moving average. Probably will have a bit of a bounce. You know, it's only the 1 minute chart, but that really doesn't matter. I mean, look at how it tested it here. Test, broke through, then tested it, broke through, tested it, tested it. And now it's been a long time since we touched on the 1 minute, so there probably will be buyers at the 1 minute for probably a little bounce of the 1 minute chart. So I'm noticing Trump odds are at 73.8. That's the highest I've looked at it and seen. $74.6. So almost 75%. That's starting to get pretty high.
Very early.
It is very early. We're all really interesting. Scott McFarlane, thank you. Want to touch base with Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. She is at Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington. Nancy, I know you've been talking to your sources inside the campaign. First, are they nervous?
Nora, the campaign officials I've been speaking to sound fine.
There's a little bit of music in that background. I don't want this to get like a copyright strike because of the music, so I'm going to hold off. Gold continuing this rally. Potentially might be setting up for a sort of a cup and handle. And here's the cup. And the handle would be some sort of pullback right here. How I also look at it, we have this level of support and resistance here. I would look at that as a breakout of that and then a retest, and then possibly look for continuation up. And you know, that's really all a cup and a cup and handle is, right? I mean, it's a breakout of a level, and it's a pullback, and then before it heads higher, and that pullback is what that handle is. You know, so people talk about like head and shoulders, cup and handle. They talk about these different patterns, but it's important to not just, say the name of it, but to understand what's actually going on underneath. It's important to understand the mentality of the buyers and the sellers. Think about if you were in their position. Like if you were, let's say you had shorted on this close or this close, and then you get this bull bar, then you get a big bull bar here. Then we're starting to get multiple bull bars above the moving average. If you're short and you're holding through this, at some point you say I'm wrong and you give up. And then, good bull bar here, then you get out above it, and then that's what creates this bar and then this bar, this big rally. So that's something you can do, is think about if you were buying or selling at any of these points, what emotion would you be feeling? And that can kind of give you an idea of where the market stands.
You told the government that. Why won't you send
Man,
them crazy?
they are killing us with ads. So definitely, if anyone takes a trade here, if anyone takes any trades tonight, let us know what you did. I'm interested to hear. We've discussed a few opportunities, but basically since the stream started over here, look, we're basically the same price. There hasn't been great movement tonight for trading. We're really needing more little news events to come out from the election. We're needing more states needing more counties and more states, more counties in the critical states to release their numbers, and then we'll get more spikes like this.
For us tonight, Janet, good evening. We understand there was a recount of several thousand ballots tonight.
Good evening to you, Lindsay. Yes, more than 31,000 absentee ballots here in Milwaukee after it was discovered a problem with the 18 tabulation machines in this room. Authorities say this was done purely for transparency, but it appeared that the doors were not fully closed on these machines. There was no compromise to the ballots, and they reset all of these machines to zero. But this is going to add several hours to the count here in Wisconsin, which was already going to go into the morning because they can't start counting ballots like that, the absentee ballots in this state, unlike some other states, until Election Day. So whereas we were expecting a 1 or 2 a.m. close, now several hours later than that, at least here in the Milwaukee area.
Janet, can you talk?
Isn't that frustrating that in today's world we can't have the ballots counted correctly? I mean, we can catch a rocket that's the size of a skyscraper, but we can't count ballots. And we know we can do it. It's just frustrating that they're not able to get it done.
It's
it's very close as well. We've got the incumbent Democrat trying to hold on to her seat, Tammy Baldwin, against a challenger who is increasing in the polls. It's been far apart for weeks now. It is very tight. This is a very important race to the Senate as Republicans try to regain control.
All right, CBS's Janet Shamlian in Milwaukee. We really appreciate that update. Thank you. Coming up at the top of the hour, polls close in Wisconsin and 14 other states. A total of 163 electoral votes at stake.
Oh, what a surprise. They're going to an ad again. So let's take a look at Bitcoin. I would love if Bitcoin could go ahead and make its way up to 100,000. You know, it could do it in a day or two. That's possible. Like that, I mean, that could with Bitcoin. I mean, something like that could happen. Now, realistically, I think it would take a couple months, but I hope that this next couple months is when that happens. I have a couple videos that I've made on the topic of Bitcoin. Those might be worth a watch on why I thought that Bitcoin would be able to get to 100,000 by the end of the year. You know, I think we have some time. I could go ahead and walk through it. So big idea. Big idea is we're breaking out of this channel. We have this bearish channel going down. Market broke out here. And now look at these tests back. Tested back the channel here and the moving average. Tested it there. Pulled back again here. And then we're breaking higher. Now over here it's getting a little bit more complicated, but the big picture is that we had preceding this bear channel, we had a strong rally. So strong rally, and this bear channel is essentially a bull flag. You know, it's several pullbacks in what is a larger bull trend. Also, we have the 200 moving average running through here, and in a way you could look at it as these are just failed attempts to go below the 200 moving average. So all these through here. And then we break out above, pull back to the moving average, pull back to the trend line. And for those reasons, it looks to me like Bitcoin has a decent chance of breaking out here. The context is bull trend. Bears are failing to go below the 200 moving average. We're going to break out with good tests of the moving average. So reasonable to be thinking long on Bitcoin for the next couple months.
In South Dakota, the Mount Rushmore state is reliably Republican in presidential elections. And in Wyoming, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win there as well. Let's take a look at the great state of Texas. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win in Texas. We'll have an update on this big Senate race there in just a minute, where Ted Cruz is facing a tough race there. And then Iowa is characterized at this hour as lean Trump. Remember, there had been that stunning poll out of Iowa recently that suggested Kamala Harris gaining ground among older women. And the big number to remember tonight is 270. That's the number of electoral votes someone needs to win. So far, the race to 270 shows Donald Trump with 150.
Yeah, so I mean he's winning the race, but all like New York, I mean all these, you know, you have all these on the East Coast. Then you have something like Minnesota. And then, of course, we have the big one, California, Oregon, Washington. Those are all going blue. So, this count doesn't matter too much now. What really all that matters is Pennsylvania. I mean, I'll bring this up again. This really interesting stat here. So the betting odds here. Trump wins Pennsylvania, but loses the election. 7% chance. So 95 or 93% chance that Trump wins Pennsylvania and wins the election. So if he can win Pennsylvania, he has a 95% chance that he'll win the election. And the odds are, I mean, that's the same thing for, should be the same thing for Kamala. So, if she wins Pennsylvania, should be an almost certainty that she's going to win the election. And who wins? Look at the odds for Pennsylvania. About 61% for Trump.
Harris, and a CBS News estimate right at that margin of 53 to 52. So, again, that's what's outstanding votes she would need. That's our estimate of what she's able to get based on what is out there and our estimates of the vote and the exit polls. So, again, very close. That's why both North Carolina and Georgia moving toward photo finish for both.
What about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania's a little bit farther behind, Nora. We have 16% of the vote in. We don't have a lot of the map colored yet because of that 16%. So we're still waiting for more data from the various counties to have a stronger coloration and presentation for you. And we can't, because of that, we can't give you an outstanding vote or a needs analysis quite yet with only 16% in.
And that's why we see people saying as some of the polling places in Pennsylvania have remained open. You see supporters saying stay in line, carry out that vote. Thank you.
And the estimates and the way we put this together are really data dependent. So we need a substantial amount of numbers coming in to match with the exit poll data before we can even begin to do the estimates that I just showed you for North Carolina and Georgia. That's why we're not able to do that in Pennsylvania yet.
Pack your patience. All right. Thank you, Major Garrett. Want to turn to 60 Minutes correspondent Cecilia.
So only 16% is in for Pennsylvania. Which means they have a long way to go. That's several hours away probably before a winner can be decided. E-mini just kind of hanging out in this big trading range. I mean, these are big moves for a 1 minute chart, overnight. I mean, this is big, but I really don't want to be taking trades like within this trading range. Let me pull up the 5 minute just to see how that looks visually. Yeah, lots of overlapping bars, breakouts that are failing. Two bull bars, but then bear bar. So overlap. It's trading range. What's worse, it's a large bar trading range. So we have these large bars in the trading range, so it means our risk is large. But it's a trading range, so the profit is small. So you have big risk, small profit. Not a good environment to trade. I'll go back to the 1 minute chart. I'm waiting to see another spike like this. And when we see that, we know that some news has come out on one of the states. So if you guys have any questions on trading, or maybe about how I trade, or if there anything you're seeing on the charts, then just let me know. Be happy to answer anything for you.
Vega, I know you have some new reports in Pennsylvania as well.
The Harris campaign remains incredibly confident, in part because what transpired just up the street a few days ago seems to be paying off for the Harris campaign, not the Trump campaign. The Madison Square Garden event, where that comedian said all those nasty things about Puerto Rican people and others across the country, it is registered. They noticed this morning that turnout in the
starting to get a bit of a
most
spike
Puerto
here.
Rican dominant wards around Philadelphia had exceeded the 2020 numbers already, or 79% of the total had already shown up by lunchtime today. That's a good sign. You saw her last week campaigning across Philadelphia as if she was running for mayor. They put her in front of a black audience. She went to a deli. She went to a Puerto Rican restaurant. All of it designed to drag people out of their homes and vote. This is why tonight Democrats are feeling, as Nancy said a while ago, fine, because ultimately they believe this is what's going to get them the votes they need. The other thing, and I think if you tuned in 4 years ago and now you're tuning in again and you think to yourself, I thought all these states fixed things to make things faster. Pennsylvania is the big exception. If we have 50 states with 50 different sets of rules, Pennsylvania said, hold my beer, because the 67 counties of Pennsylvania do things a little differently, and that is why we're waiting. They had the chance to fix that. Right, a divided legislature.
Shocking, a legislature couldn't get election law done. Yes.
And Gail, I understand you have some reporting about Northampton County.
Yeah, you know, it was interesting because we were in Northampton County, and we're talking about being a swing county in a swing state. 12, it was for Obama.
16?
16.
No, 16, it was for Trump.
That big spike.
20,
I was looking
it
at my
for
phone.
Biden. And
We
now
had a
here
big
we are
spike.
in 2024, and we saw some of
So-
the Puerto Rican voters who, one woman was on the fence, but after that
14
comment from the
point
comedian, she
move
said,
in
nope,
2 minutes.
I'm now leaving Trump. But I said, but Trump
not seeing
wasn't the
anything
one
on
who
the
said it.
general
They said it
odds.
didn't matter. He didn't stop it. He didn't stop it. And they
On
took
the
great
Trump
offense
odds,
at that.
I'm not
And
seeing a big
they
change
think
there.
he took too long to even apologize for it and even own up to it.
But we had Senator Marco Rubio on Face the Nation Sunday just flat out dismissing that he's handling outreach to the Hispanic population for the
Steven,
Trump campaign and saying, oh,
you-
no, this, you know, he's not going to be in the
You took
cabinet,
profit
dismissing
for
it
four-
altogether.
4 points?
But what's interesting with
That doesn't seem to be the
I
case.
assume
though,
you
when
got on
talk
this
to the
long here.
people.
well,
That's
the
great.
Harris campaign seems to think
Yeah.
in the moment that it's breaking in their favor.
Exactly.
It's
Are you
insulting.
trading the
No
1
one
minute
is
chart,
saying
or
it's
are you
not.
doing
He
something
said
different?
that, and he was defending Donald Trump. But in terms of the
Nice.
targeting of groups, one thing we have seen the Harris campaign
Nice,
also
1
try
minute,
to
there we
do is
go.
target all the Eastern Europeans or those of that ancestry in the state of Pennsylvania. 800,000 Poles, the Ukrainians, Eastern
I want
European.
to point something out. This bar closed. Is it random that this bar closed right here? Or is it that in the last moment of this bar, the Bulls and Bears were both fighting to close above or below this prior high here? To me, that's not random. You'll see this a lot. The market the sides will fight over where that close is, and often it'll just end up right at it. So neither side actually won. So the Bulls were not able to close above, and Bears couldn't close below. You know, a bullish close above here would have been more bullish. You know, just a little thing I noticed there that see often. I mean, see it happen again here. You have these two tails on top. Then bar close right at it. So we're seeing a pretty significant spike here. Not sure what the news is that it's picking up, because the odds of Trump winning have basically stayed the same through this. So let me pull up the news and see if they got anything.
The U.S. intelligence community, the FBI, and CISA all say that Russia is the most active threat. The Department of Justice says that Russia is getting involved in our elections to bolster.
All right. Yeah, so Steven, good job there getting those 4 points. A lot of information is left to come out tonight. Pennsylvania, they said they were having some issues on the voting for Pennsylvania, on counting the votes. Pennsylvania is the most important state. It's probably the only state that really matters at this point, and it's going to be a long night for them on determining who's the winner. So a lot of stuff can still happen tonight. We've got potentially we have 5 hours or more of important news events. So in a market like this, I would forget any scalping. I would forget any limit order scalping. So, the types of trades where you try to like sell above this bar and try to go for 2 points or 1 point, I would just forget all of that. I think you want to be focused on your swing trades. Going for really, to me, I think with the ranges we're having, I think going for like 10 points is at least what you should be going for. This is not a bad example. You have through here, market is above the moving average. It's testing it, get a strong bull bar. And if you go for 2 times your risk, puts you up here. So when you lose, you're only losing half of what you might make from it. And with the potential size of the moves we have tonight, I think you have good chances that your swing trades can really get some profits. When like our volatility is expanded and these legs might last longer than they normally would. So yeah, 21 points in less than 15 minutes exactly. And like this bar here was 10 points in 1 minute. So this is great. We love to see these big moves.
Donald Trump. They're pumping out fake videos.
What if I told you that you could block all ads or get paid to see them? My name's Brandon Moore. I'm an engineer here at Pi.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips.
Really, I think going for 2 times your risk is definitely like the minimum to go for, because some of these swings, we might have 50-point swings tonight. If the market can catch on to one direction, it might do something the whole night, and you could just hold on to like one position the whole night. I think reversals will happen, but I think the moves will just be so large that like if you can catch them, then yes, so like the market will reverse, but there will be plenty of room to run to get profits.
Including full access
is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want
So in the last few minutes, Trump's odds of winning Pennsylvania have dropped a bit. He's closer to 55, and he was almost up to 65. So it's actually a fairly sharp drop in just a few minutes. Gold, I think this resistance level, I think this will be important. It might be important all night. So we have this high here. We broke out above it and pulled back and tested it here. Now we're below it and we're testing it again here. So as the market moves either down or up, I think when it pulls back, this will be kind of a magnet, and it'll be, the market will want to test this level again. In fact, I'm surprised they have Trump's odds of, let me refresh this page. Okay, so he's kind of moved back up on Pennsylvania. I was going to say, I was surprised his odds of Pennsylvania have dropped, while his odds of winning the whole thing have basically gone up. I mean, it seems to me from the information I have right now, it's almost entirely about Pennsylvania. I think all the other states are generally accounted for, and it's going to be really come down to Pennsylvania.
Process. So this is a tedious, slow process. It's part of why it takes Arizona consistently so long to count all of the votes. We expect it will be 10 to 13 days before every vote in the state of Arizona has been counted, because so much of this state votes early by mail. We can also tell you the polls closed at the top of the hour here, except for 9 polling places in Apache County. That's a small county in northern Arizona, because there were some issues there. But we're waiting for this first update here in about a half hour, Nora.
Chris Van Cleve, thank you very much. Let's go
Yeah,
now
so
to
we still need a half hour before we even get updates
the other
on
big story tonight, control
Arizona.
of Congress. Good evening, Scott.
Hey, good evening, Nora. We're going to see some history in the U.S. Senate tonight. We are likely to double the number of elected African-American women to the U.S. Senate in American history tonight. CBS News projects in Delaware. Lisa Blunt Rochester, a 3-term House member from Delaware, is on a trajectory to win the U.S. Senate seat over the Republican Eric Hansen. Lisa Blunt Rochester would be the 3rd elected African-American woman in U.S. history for the U.S. Senate. And we go over to Maryland. Could get a 4th. Too early to project a winner here, but the Prince George's County, Maryland executive, Angela Also Brooks, off to a good start against the 2-term Republican governor, Larry Hogan in that race. So it would be a total of 4 all-time elected African-American women to the U.S. Senate. Carol Moseley Braun of Illinois, if Angela Alsobrooks holds on, if Lisa Blunt Rochester holds on, and number 4, familiar name tonight.
All right, I keep looking away from the chat. Doge, let's pull up Doge. We have so many markets we could be looking at right now. Yep. Candlesticks always. Doge. I just want to get kind of some context here. So this is the last week. Okay. All right. So Doge, it's up a bit this last hour, last 20 minutes. Bitcoin's getting some nice movement up there. 100K Bitcoin end of year. That's what we're wanting. Hope election is the catalyst to get us there. U2, if you expected a massive move, how far back would you trail your stops? Always 5 points. So on the initial entry, how I do it on my initial entries, basically I just put it below the signal bar. So let's say here, I really thought we might get I had reason to believe we would get a really strong move up here, like up to like 5,900. So let's just say I had reason to believe that. I had already gone through my thought process, and I had different pieces of evidence that would suggest it was going to get up here. If I'm buying here, I'm going to put my stop below. So in this case, this is larger a little bit. This is more like 6 points, 7 points. That's that's okay. If I'm worried about that initial risk, instead of trading my full position size, I would trade like half or 75%. Now, I think what your question is really getting at is how do you trail the stop? And you check back on some of the videos, and I do have examples of me trailing the stop. It gets kind of complex. That's kind of where the management of your trade is really where what separates. I think management alone could separate a profitable trader from not being profitable. So there's a lot that goes into it. I could simplify it by saying, if I have a reason to believe the market might no longer be going up. So let's just take this rally as an example. How would I manage it? Well, first, I always wait till the close of a bar. So I'm not going to trade during the bar. I'm going to wait till it closes. No. So with that in mind, as this market's going up, so first of all, after this strong bull bar, I'd go ahead and move my stop up to break even plus a little bit. I would not want this to come back and give me a loser down here. I'm gonna at least get something out of the market. As we start to get bull bars that are closing up here, I'd probably go ahead and move my stop below some of these larger bull bars. Then as we move higher, and I see this bear bar, I would go ahead and move my stop below that bear bar. Now, this is a tighter risk management than others might do. But this is how I would manage it. Others might manage it differently, and they'll be just as profitable. But I would go ahead and move my stop below that. Now, why would I do that? I have two reasons. One, there'd be a possible wedge here. So we've had this first push. Then this doji acts as like a pullback. So first push, second push, pullback, and this is the third push. So possible wedge reversal. Also, we have these two tails here, one up, and the second one up. So that's acting as a double top. We're on a 1 minute time frame. If we went down to like a 15-second chart, then there should be a clear double top there. So wedge top, possible reversal. I already have a lot of profit, so I would just go ahead and get out below that bear bar. And the great thing about managing it this way is that sometimes it's not going to go below that bear bar like it did here. So you would have stayed in at least through up here, because it never went below the bar, so you never got stopped out. So I'd move my stop below that bear bar there. Moving up higher, this bear bar here, I would go ahead and move my stop below that. Once again, we did not get stopped out below it, at least on this bar. So if you left your stop there, maybe you got stopped out when it pulled back. And if you get stopped out, you can always buy again. So that's another great thing about trailing your stop up below like a reasonable bear bar, is that if you get stopped out, okay, you get another bull bar. If your premise is still the same, that you think it's going up, you can enter another swing trade. So buy above this. I don't think you have reason enough to get out here, so then you'd still be holding here. So that's how I manage the swing trades like that. So initially, yeah, I like to keep my risk around 5 points. And if I need to do it larger, then I'll just trade smaller. So I'll bring your attention to our Trump odds. To our little Trump odds box over here. He's almost 79%. So that's the most that we've seen it tonight. Let's pull
Kamala Harris,
pull the news back
62.
up.
We're going to check in with the battleground states. Here's a look at the blue wall states. CBS News projects them all as toss-ups at this hour. And then let's go to the Sun Belt. Also toss-ups at this hour. Nevada, there's no tally there because Nevada does not close until 10 p.m. Eastern, so we'll check in there as well. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win Louisiana. Voters in the Bayou State have chosen a Republican for president since 2000. CBS News projects Rhode Island for Harris, and CBS News projects New York for Harris, which will add significantly to her electoral vote tally. I want to go to Major Garrett now, who has new information from the CBS News data desk. Hi there, Major, and I'm glad you have up the state of Virginia because something interesting is happening there.
Something interesting is happening in Virginia. We rate it currently as lean Harris. You can see 59% of the vote in. But what is interesting and cannot be described in any way, shape, or form as encouraging to the Harris campaign is how much farther behind she is running than, let me show you right now, Joe Biden did in Virginia in 2020. You see that, 54%, she's at 48.5%. I will show you where the outstanding vote is left to be gotten in Virginia. That's why we rate this.
Yeah, Utu. Yeah, I mean that's exactly right. I mean, you're locking in profits, and if you still think it's going up, like you can see, I mean, you're going to get stopped out at, if you do this, you're going to get stopped out. But sometimes it won't go below your bar and it'll be fine. And if you do get stopped out, well, as you become a better trader, you'll get a better feel for if your premise is still correct. And then, like I said, you can re-enter here. And so yeah, that's why I manage it that way. And I'm glad you're getting it. I'm glad you're seeing that that's a, I'm glad that's kind of working for you.
So, and just a reminder that Donald Trump was in Virginia last week, and I am hearing from one source close to the Trump campaign that Trump is actually performing better, 2 to 4 points in these rural counties in Virginia and North Carolina. And essentially, he's turning out his vote there, which blunts any advantage that Democrats have in the cities.
And when you're not running up the totals or matching what
Trump's
Joe
almost
Biden
at
did in the suburbs,
80%
that
now,
becomes more of a problem. It will not, according to our estimate, be a decisive problem in Virginia, but it could be part of the story as it plays out in North Carolina, and we'll have to see in Georgia as well.
All right, Major Garrett, thank you. Robert Costa.
I have some new reporting to build upon the data just outlined there by Major Garrett. In Virginia, there has been a real emphasis by former President Donald Trump to build a coalition there. Chris LaCivita, who's one of the people running the Trump campaign, a retired Marine veteran, actually lives in Richmond, Virginia. And they have put an emphasis on trying to recreate Governor Glenn Youngkin's 2021 effort, where he was able to really make inroads into the suburbs of Washington, D.C., in Northern Virginia, and convince them on the business front that Trump, the Republicans, are standing with those kind of voters. So they're feeling good about Virginia. Down in Mar-a-Lago right now, my top sources say they're feeling very good about North Carolina and Georgia. That makes the emphasis on Pennsylvania so much more key for Democrats. Everyone's watching Governor Josh Shapiro there. He was a runner-up for the vice presidential slot. He has the machine for the Democrats in Pennsylvania. I just spoke with Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, the independent. I said, what's the mood among Democrats? I know you're not part of the Democratic Party anymore. He said, quote, "We will survive whoever wins."
That's very Joe Manchin.
Yeah. that is peak Joe Manchin.
Yes. That is very.
It's like, say again, Bob?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, he has lots of friends that he invites to his houseboat in Washington, D.C. Excellent reporting. Thank you so much, Robert Costa. I want to bring in our congressional correspondent, Nicole Killian. She is in Atlanta, Georgia. And Nicole, all eyes on Georgia at this hour. One, because of that record turnout. Two, because Donald Trump narrowly lost that state 4 years ago, and because it is just too close to call at this hour. What are you hearing?
Yeah, that's right. Well, echoing kind of what Bob is saying there, Trump campaign.
All right, let's check out some of the charts. Bitcoin continuing that rally up. The chance we're going to get a leg 1, leg 2 move here. We're just about there. So might be concerned for the bulls. They're starting to get a bit overextended, starting to get far from the moving average. Coming up to this, this leg 2 is going to start acting as resistance as it gets closer. Gold's just kind of been all over the place. So what is something that beginner traders do and advanced traders do? They both swing trade. I think beginners should only swing trade, and advanced traders they'll do a bit of both. Advanced traders might do some scalping as well as swing trading. But beginners should only do swing trading. So what kind of swing trades should a beginner take? Well, just look at this chart here. What direction is the trend line in? It's up. What are most of the bars looking like? Most of them are green, bullish candles. So during these pullbacks, what I would recommend beginners to do is to be taking swing trades. Now, of course, I can go more in depth with this, but essentially the idea is after a pullback and a bull bar is to be buying above the bull bar and for going for 2 times your risk or more. Here's the thing, you're going to be stopped out actually the majority of the time. But your profits, if you are taking the right setups, your profits will offset your losses. Your profits will be greater than your losses. Now, I think as a beginner, you're going to take lots of trades. And I think that's okay as a beginner. I put a lot of thought into this. I think beginners should take lots of trades, but they should have a reason behind the trades they're taking. And their reason should be something like this. Moving average is up. We're having a pullback and a bull trend. Good looking bullish signal bar. Example here or here or here. So that should be your reason to enter. And then by doing that a lot, by just taking all these trades, you're going to get a lot of practice in. You're going to get a lot of practice in managing your trades. That's going to be key. What I do, I wait around for an almost perfect setup for my position or for what I like, and then I trade large. That's how I do it. That's my personality. That's what worked for me. As a beginner, you should have a much wider range that you're taking so that you can just get experience in managing the trade. And then as you get more and more experience, you're going to narrow down the trades that you're taking and be more selective on your setups. If you're only being super selective at the start, well, 1, you're not really going to know what to be super selective about. And then 2, you're not going to have experience managing the trade, understanding the emotion that you feel during a trade. So if you're a beginner, go ahead and get your reps in, paper trade, and try to take swing trades in the direction of the trend. That's going to be a great experience for you. You're going to understand your emotions better. It's going to give you a lot to journal about, right? Writing down what you're feeling during it, why you took the trade, why it worked, why it didn't. And you're going to get experience in managing the trade and kind of getting a feel for what it's like to actually be in those trades. And that's what's great about swing trades is that both you're doing what advanced traders are doing.
Places like Fulton County and DeKalb County because of bomb threats and other issues. So yes, it looks like about 4 million have been counted and reported out so far. So I think they're actually doing a pretty good job, and I expect that we're going to see that lion's share from the Atlanta metro area come in shortly. As you noted, in Pennsylvania, it's a little different because we've got those mail ballots, those 2 million mail ballots that they're working diligently to process. I don't think it's going to take till Saturday, but I think it will take a couple of days to get to the point where we know exactly who won Pennsylvania, depending upon the margin.
Good information. And of course, Nevada closes at the top of the hour. And so we will have any results and reporting from there as soon as that comes in. Of course, one of the things we have been talking about tonight is control of Congress and the United States Senate. And I was just curious myself about what's happening in Ohio to Sherrod Brown, the powerful chairman of the Senate Banking Committee. And Scott, what's happening in that state?
It's worth underscoring how pivotal control of the U.S. Senate is for the next president. If they want to get cabinet members confirmed, Supreme Court nominees confirmed, who controls the U.S. Senate is everything. And Democrats have run out of margin of error. They've lost West Virginia, according to our projections. Ohio, the next state up. And you can see right now the three-term incumbent Sherrod Brown is trailing early against the Trump-endorsed Republican challenger Bernie Moreno, a businessman from Ohio. This really could be make or break for Democrats, even though they have so many other states to defend: Pennsylvania, Montana, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Ohio is the next one up, the one we are watching meticulously, Nora, as the results continue to pour in.
Really important information. Scott McFarlane, thank you. Ed O'Keefe is also with us, and covered Congress for many years.
Yeah, well, we'll continue to see there what exactly or how things pan out in the Senate, and that Texas race that I think a lot of people are interested in. Looks like Cruz may be maintaining a lead there, so that would be another lost opportunity for Democrats. I just wanted to turn back to Georgia and North Carolina if we could. Former President Trump currently has a lead. The Harris campaign still holding out hope, however, because they look again. We've heard evidence of long lines of college kids in Pennsylvania and other places. There are long lines, apparently, of several hours still. UNC Charlotte, UNC Wilmington, where they're telling students to stay in line. Long lines at the University of Michigan, so around Ann Arbor tonight. Part of why they think they're doing okay. They report that they see that they're expected to do slightly better than expected with suburban early voters in Georgia. All of those reasons why, to Democrats, it's still a very early night despite those numbers.
All right, Ed O'Keefe, thank you. And ahead, we'll talk with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. CBS News America Decides Election 2024 returns in just a moment.
Get all the CBS News election information
no
at your
ads.
fingertips, including full...
No ads. We don't do ads. Who will win Pennsylvania? Trump's up to 75%. So what this is an example of is a spike in channel pull trend. So first two bars are the spike, and since then we've had this channel up. Now what happens after a spike in channel? Well, maybe 25% of the time it'll break out above and basically create a new spike in channel. 75% of the time, the market will transition into a trading range. So this channel's been on for a while, so we can probably start to expect it to transition soon. However, the end of the trend is never overdue. The trend can always go on much longer than you think. So really we want to wait to look for sellers to be able to make money above bars. So like above this high. We want to see that if there are sellers above that bar, that they're making money. And then we can start to expect the transition into a trading range to happen. Notice here, this high, if someone had sold above that over here, they may have been able to make money if they sold higher, but they really didn't have much of a chance. It came back and tested that high, so maybe some were able to get out break even. doesn't give great confidence though. That's still a gap. These two, this tail and this tail, did not overlap. So bulls are still in control at this point. Now bears have a chance here. They can sell above this bar and make money here, which it looks like they're doing now. You know, I would consider a scalp 2 points. So if they can make 2 points here, then if this pullback can go back 2 points, then it's probably enough for them to make a scalp. So once we start to see the bears start to make money, then a trading range is probably what's forming.
Full access to
county. So we have the other 1.2 million to come in over the coming couple hours. So we're in pretty good shape. The counties continue to upload as they finish each of their precincts, and each county, finishes what it's doing. So we're in good shape. I think what we've seen today with this huge turnout is that voters trust the process here in Georgia. I'm the first Secretary of State to ever do an audit of the voter rolls to make sure only American citizens are voting in our elections. I've done 2. First one 24 months ago, and just finished up in July. People trust the results. No matter how you vote in Georgia, we have photo ID. That also shored up voters' concern about the absentee ballot process.
Mr. Secretary, Margaret Brennan is here as well. Margaret?
Mr. Secretary, good to talk to you again. I saw the other day you tweeted that Russia messed with the wrong Georgians when it came to your elections. You were referring then to some fake videos. Today, you had threats of bombings. CISA has come out and said these were non-credible threats. You've pointed back to Russia. What evidence do you have, and what do you assume the intent was?
Well, first of all, federal authorities put out this afternoon that it was emanating from Russia. So that really was why we said that. They can look over the horizon. They see things that really can help us locate these threats. We just continue voting. Just a few precincts had to be open an extra 20 minutes, 30 minutes, things like that. But at the end of the day, counties that were hit with that still report their results on time. For example, Fulton County, our largest county, got their early votes total within that 1 hour time window. So we're battle tested, didn't phase us. We put our heads down and continue working.
And what do you assume will happen in the coming days? Do you expect more of these videos or these threats? Do you have a anticipation of the threat picture in Georgia?
Well, in Georgia, we're basically done voting. We're waiting for our overseas military ballots, about 10,000 ballots that have to be postmarked by today at 7 p.m. and have to be received by Friday per federal law. And so that's about all that's left to count, but we'll have everything else buttoned up tonight.
Well, Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for all you do for democracy.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to 60 Minutes correspondent Bill Whitaker. He's part of our Democracy Watch team tonight. And Bill, I know you have some new reporting about what's happening in Philadelphia.
Well, we've got reporting that former President Donald Trump is claiming that there is massive cheating happening in Philadelphia. He made this claim on his...
So, talking about bears selling above prior highs, they would have been able to make 2 points if they sold here. They would have made their scalp. So there's starting to be a little bit more overlap. I don't have the information yet to say that the trend is ending. And I'd really like to see more selling. But we have been sideways for about 8 bars so far. So I think I made a video a few days ago about the 3 times of a day. And I think this is a really good video to watch. So it's gonna be this video, 3 parts of the day. We talk about the open, the middle of the day, and the end, and how you can trade, how there are opportunities during the transition periods in the day. I also talk about the 3 stages of the market. The 3 stages are the spike, then the channel, and then the channel ends up in a trading range. So this channel's been fairly tight, and this channel can go up like this for longer than we would expect. But in general, the channel will transition into a trading range because sellers will start to make money by selling above bars, and then they'll start to make money selling below bars, and then the bulls are also still making money, so then it leads into a trading range. Another way to manage your runners, your swing trade, instead of trailing it up so tightly like that, another way is to wait for a breakout to occur, and then you move your stop below the prior low. So you buy here, you hold through all of this with your stop down here. You have this pullback. Once this breakout occurs, you can move your stop up to below this low. A breakout occurs, you move your stop up to this low. And that will keep you in the trend more, but when you lose, your loss is going to be larger. And I don't like large losses. I'd rather take I'd rather sacrifice the better chance at a huge swing up to make sure that my loss is more controlled. But that's definitely a valid way to trade, is that you wait for the breakout to occur and then you move your stop up below a prior low.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original, 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. Super.
Bitcoin's continuing up. It's getting right to the top of our leg 2. So we have leg 1, copy it, draw it up. Leg 2. We'll see if bulls are skeptical about buying up here. Far from the moving average at this leg 2. I would not take any trades based off of this. So I would not enter a trade, but it might be a good place to get out of a trade. So if I was long for whatever reason through here, now we're getting far from the moving average at this measured move target. It'd be a good place to take at least partial profit. You know, you don't have to take all, you don't have to sell everything, but you know, at least go ahead and take some of your profits at that level. So we're on the 1 minute chart. I'm going to flip over to the 5 minute chart just to see how it looks. So fairly tight channel up. We're getting close to 5,900 now. 20 points away. We might be close enough now that it, instead of getting a trading range, might just. So it's looking like there's a good chance tonight we'll get up to 5,900. The market just wants to test it. It's an important level. It's been an important level. Let me pull up the daily chart. $5,900 was right through here. You can see all the different times it tested it. Yeah, so the 1 minute chart is the better chart to look at. This is the 2000 tick. And you can see it just doesn't have many bars. Compared to the 1 minute is giving us a lot better information.
Feeling. That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
Yeah, it's more ads than content. Gosh. Trump's odds of winning up to 83% now.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
CBS News, America Decides. Election 2024. Here again, Norah O'Donnell.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters in New York. It is 10 p.m. in the East, 7 p.m. in the
ads
West.
are terrible,
polls just
Evelyn.
closed in 3 more states, including a key battleground.
It's more ads than
Here's
show.
where we stand at the hour in the race to 270. Donald Trump has racked up early wins in Florida, Texas, and other red states. And so you can see he has 172 electoral votes. Kamala Harris, 81. We're still watching these 7 battleground states. You can see them all here in purple. The polls just closed in Nevada, and CBS News rates it at.
And that's how I've been able to travel the world and trade full time
Oh.
for the last 2 years.
Oh,
Because
well,
I
more
started
ads.
trading with the stress.
The battleground states that we've been watching closely. And so there's lots to still learn about how America decides and who they've chosen as the 47th president of the United States. But now, at this hour, all of the battleground states have closed. And we're going to be checking in on those to see what more we can learn, new exit poll information, new data from inside those states. Quickly, let's take a look at these new projections in Utah. CBS News project.
All right, so we've been in this spike and bull channel for a while now. There's something else I kind of want to show you. I call it an S move. I think other people might have a different name for it. So I think it's happening now, so I want to try to get the information out here quickly. An S move. We have a spike and then a channel that ends up breaking out above the channel. And so we'll do a measure move from the spike, and then we'll move that up to the top of the one of these lows at the top of the channel, and then that would put a target somewhere up here. So you can kind of see the flow of that, a move up, and kind of curves over before curving back up in this kind of parabolic move. What the market's trying to get to is trying to get to 5,900. And sure looks like it's going to get there. these big round numbers are important numbers. Everyone sees it. It's there. It's a psychological level. And the market often will use this big round number as an excuse to try to test up to that area. That's really all that the market's doing. It's the fair price is always around where it is now, and then it'll test up high to see if the new fair price is up there. It'll go lower to see if the new fair price is lower. And if it's unable to find it down there, it'll just come back to where it was. And so that's one way you can look at the market, as it's always just probing where the next fair price is. Now I drew in this S move. So would I short this? I wouldn't. In this case, at least. What's good for the bears? It's good that we're far from the moving average, and it's good that we're at this measured move target. What's bad is we have this huge big round number right above. So to me, that's the biggest reason I wouldn't sell. We have an important target above. The market probably wants to get there, especially if we've been working all this way up for it. But I just kind of wanted to show you that idea there. Well, Trump odds of winning are up to, you can just look right above my head and you can see the Trump odds of winning. Almost 87%.
$50,000 votes there. Major, go ahead.
Look at Mecklenburg County. That's what's remaining there. That's one of the things that the Harris campaign has to look at and say, boy, they really need to run up the margins in Mecklenburg County, because you almost have 500,000 votes outstanding. Wake County, 156,000. We can actually put numbers on this. Guilford, 133,000. So there's areas really need to come in strong for Harris. One of the problems, go back to the regular map, Anthony, that Harris has run into. Look at these counties right here, and then Anthony, go through the history on those counties.
Yeah, sure. Now, in these places, you do typically see a Democrat might do okay.
But on almost every single one of those, Harris is running slightly behind Joe Biden. This is an accumulating problem for the Harris campaign outside of Raleigh and Charlotte. These other areas, historically strong for Democrats, stronger for Biden than they have been so far tonight for Harris.
Right, and Biden lost North Carolina. And
correct, by 74,000 votes, yes.
Underperforming. John Dickerson has some exit polls, but before we do those, can we just take a quick look at Michigan? Because that blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin, that the Democrats are banking on in order for her to become the next president.
What's been occurring?
17% in. We're still waiting for a lot more data.
Let me pause these yoo-hoos. What's been occurring over the last hour? Trump's odds have gone way up of winning, and this is the trend that we've been seeing. So this is what I was talking about earlier, trying to identify the pattern of. Unfortunately, we weren't quite able to get good enough information earlier, because earlier his odds would go up, but then the market would go down. And then it was doing different things. Couldn't quite get a pattern. But almost at 90%. That's pretty strong. I mean, these are betting odds too. So people are putting their real money based off of information that they know, and they're saying that 88% chance that he's going to win now. And as his odds have gone up from 70 to 88, this is what the market has done. Gold's down a little bit. Bitcoin spiking up. It's good. It's a good night to be a Bitcoin holder. Hope we can get to 100K. Guys, on the Discord, we have this competition we're doing. Pull it up here. We have this competition we're doing. The winner of the competition will get a $25 gift card. So to play the competition, you'll just put your answer in the message here. What you're guessing is, what will the close be on Friday of the E-mini? At 4:15 on Friday, what price will the E-mini be at? And whoever's the closest guess will win their $25 gift card. Just make sure you have your guess in by Wednesday at noon Eastern time. We won't accept any guesses after that. I was talking to a few people on the Discord. They've said that they're going to wait till tomorrow morning to put in their guess, which is reasonable. You know, that's logical. Christoph put in 59,000 for E-mini. So let's not let 59,000 be the winner of the $25 gift card. And I know he meant to put just 5,900, but you know, we don't want 59,000 to be the closest guess for the mini price. What I would like to do is have like trading competitions where, you know, we can like trade for a week, and whoever's the winner, you know, they would win a prize, and we could have like a leaderboard. I think that'd be a lot of fun. You know, it's kind of like something, I'm not sure if you guys had done that in school, but I did that a couple times in a couple classes. I won one of my classes' stock competitions. I actually got the prize from winning was a few extra percent on the final grade, so I won a few extra percent on the final grade from that. So this is our election coverage, but if you guys do want to check out any individual stocks, let me know. I mean, we do have a lot of downtime here between some announcements. If you want me to check out any markets or analyze anything further, then we can do that.
County. They've put a huge emphasis on that. When we look at Michigan and Wisconsin, labor is going to be key. Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, just told me moments ago that he believes labor is going to turn out in strong numbers, that they're going to hit their metrics they need in Michigan for Vice President Harris to do well. Notably, just got off the phone with Senator Ron Johnson in Wisconsin, a Republican. He's a little nervous about what the Democrats are doing in Milwaukee. He thinks they might have strong turnout there. He said it's very early in the night. He's also watching the suburbs of Milwaukee. But so far, Senator Johnson told me he believes ultimately the rural turnout in Wisconsin could put that state in the column for Trump. It's still early in the evening, but most notable in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, the centrist Republican there, Brian Fitzpatrick, no big fan of Trump, believes Trump is doing well.
But isn't Bucks County the one collar county that Republicans have done well in?
They have over the years, but so have Democratic presidents in recent cycles.
But just recently, the Republican hasn't won it since 1992.
Right. In the national, yep.
Yeah.
Let's check in now with Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cordes with Vice President Harris at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Nancy?
Nora, it's funny that Robert Costa just heard from Senator Ron Johnson saying he's a little nervous about Wisconsin. I just heard from a top Democratic operative who says he's worried about Wisconsin, too. And so I think the bottom line is that everyone is pretty nervous right about now. They're certainly nervous in this crowd here at Howard University. Unlike all the Kamala Harris rallies we've been to in the past few weeks, it's totally silent here. People are watching the screens, they're checking their phones, they're having hushed conversations. They're waiting for some good news, and they haven't seen any in a while. And the Harris campaign knows that. It knows
Trump has about
that Democratic supporters across the
85% chance of winning Pennsylvania, the most critical state. That's probably why the odds are so high. Now he's up to 91% chance of winning.
What they say those bright spots are. This is coming from Ian Sams, the senior campaign spokesperson. He says, first of all, that they are tracking slightly above expected support levels among suburban early voters in Georgia. Note that's not all suburban voters, just early voters, but they're feeling good about that. Still waiting to get more information about same-day voters, I guess. He says in some larger suburban counties, and maybe we can hear more from Major and Anthony about this, they are currently outperforming Biden's winning 2020 margin. They're talking about Douglas County outside Atlanta, where she's running 5 points ahead of President Biden from 2020, and Rockdale County, where she's 10 points ahead of what Biden did back in 2020. So they are feeling good about that. They say that their rural turnout in Georgia is matching expectations right now. They don't.
So I had actually put a bet on that Kamala would win the popular vote. So I suppose for my bet, I should hope she wins the popular vote. It's just that Democrats normally do win the popular vote. But we can see her odds went from 63% to 30% in an hour.
Don't have a lot of information about Michigan yet, so they're watching and waiting there. In North Carolina, he says they're seeing additional late arriving mail ballots, which are favorable to them. They are not expressing optimism that they are going to win any one of these particular states, but they haven't given up either, and they continue to insist that they are still in the fight in North Carolina and Georgia.
Nancy Cortez, thank you, and stand by because soon we're going to go to John Dickerson, who has some information about Michigan and Wisconsin. But first, I want to check in with CBS Mornings co-host Tony DeCopel, who's at Trump headquarters in Florida. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening again. You know, as we get a little bit deeper into the night, a little bit closer to some of these key calls in this race, projections that could swing things one way or the other, I want to give you a little bit more context on the conversation around political violence from the perspective of people in this room. They are ready for anything in terms of results in this room, and that's because Donald Trump in recent days, up to and including today, has said just about everything about this race. On the one hand, today he said he would accept the results if they are fair, but then on the other hand, in radio interviews just tonight, he has referenced unsubstantiated rumors of alleged fraud in Detroit and Philadelphia, things that a senior federal official has told us are flatly untrue. But what you...
So if Trump wins the popular vote, that'll be really significant. Because he hasn't won the popular vote. I don't think he won popular vote in 2016. So we still need a couple more bars, but there's a possible wedge pattern here. First leg down, second leg down. This would be the third leg down. It's not a very pretty looking wedge. right, so bulls needed a better bull bar if they're going to be able to buy above that. So I expect trading range here for a bit. However, if we're able to kind of start to pull away down here, then might set up for a swing short. But I'm expecting buyers up here are scaling in lower, and they'll be able to make their money back. But if, you know, we're below the moving average now, so if we get kind of stuck below the moving average and can't get back above, then we might set up for a good short. It's Bitcoin. Good night to be a Bitcoin holder.
Radical shift. Patients are coming.
Oh, it's an ad. I could have guessed. I think you can kind of see how I think about the market. If I see something that might be happening, I don't just place a trade and bet that it's going to happen. If I see something that might be happening, I let it prove itself to me first, and then I would take the trade. So like I was saying, you know, we might be going down here if it gets stuck below the moving average. So I don't, just because that idea pops into my head, I don't go ahead and take the short. I need to wait for a good setup to happen. So I need the price and the candlesticks to prove to me what's happening. I would like to take a trade tonight, but I'm not going to just to do it for the live stream. I mean the best trades would have been somewhere through here on this trend up. Now we're getting more of this sideways movement. So we need to wait for it to prove itself in here that is either going to have a good chance of breaking it up or down. And I think scalping is a really bad idea tonight. So avoid trying to go for 2 points. If you see a possible setup, you need to be going for a swing trade. So going for multiple times your risk.
Together and saying things must longer than that. Nora.
That's important information, Jenna Chamlian. Thank you for bringing that to us. National correspondent Jerika Duncan is in Detroit, Michigan. And Jerika, what are you hearing about turnout in Detroit and other parts of the state?
Yeah, in Detroit, we're hearing from the Wayne County executive that they're expecting turnout to be slightly below what it was in 2020. Now, there were projections that it could be about 53% of registered voters, but last check, about 50% or so. But the big story to me that looking at some of the data from Michigan is that the more people that turn out to vote, the more likely it is that a Democrat is to take this state. But still, a lot of votes have not been tabulated just yet. The UAW president took the stage not too long ago, encouraging people, trying to create that celebratory
So Bitcoin
mood,
did get above 75,000 briefly.
They feel confident in the strides that they've made.
so this is the futures market, so the price is going to be a little bit different, but you can see that the actual Bitcoin price did get above 75,000, and then we kind of sold off a little bit here, or we found some resistance at the 75,000 level. But that was it. That was so we just saw a new all-time high on Bitcoin. So now that we've broken above that level, we'll see if the market can continue up over the next couple months and get to 100,000.
Order submitted.
So I'll go ahead and place an order here, and I'm going to do a swing trade. The reason is we've had this sort of a head and shoulders bottom here. Bears are trying multiple times to go lower and they're not able to. Now we're getting this strong bull bar. So if the market can go above this bull bar, then we'll enter on this. However, if we get a follow through bar like this, then we'll just cancel the trade. And so on this, I'm not interested in going for 2 points or really even 5 points. I do want to try to be going for at least 2 times my risk. So it's going to be close.
Order canceled.
So I don't want to be leaving my order above that bar after bad fall through like this. If it had gone above it on that bar, I think that'd be reasonable for a swing trade long. So Manny asks, how is everything? Well, we check out our Trump odds down here. That shot way up. He was above 90% for a little bit there. And you can see over the last hour, as his odds have gone up from 70 to 90, we've seen this bull trend. Also, 5,900 is a target above, and looks like we're going to make an attempt to get up to that. So anytime you see a big round number, that's going to act as a magnet. There's a chance that this bull bar will be like something like this, where you can get a large swing trade off of it. I think that'd be reasonable enough to buy just because we have 5,900 above. The market wants to get up to that. Trump's odds have shot way up, seemingly because Pennsylvania's odds have shot way up. So he has a 90% chance of winning Pennsylvania, which is basically the most important state. Or it's even more than that. It's basically what is deciding the election right now. With accounting for all the other states, then it just comes down to Pennsylvania. And he has a 90% chance of winning Pennsylvania, which is exactly what the markets have his odds of winning the whole thing is. Looks like he might get the popular vote. He's the favorite for the popular vote now. So that's not good for my bet that Kamala was going to win the popular vote. Let me pull up the 5-minute E-mini chart just to see how it looks. So check this out on the 5-minute chart. when the market is going up, what are the bulls doing? They're buying closes. So each bull bar they'll buy, expecting that we'll get a little bit more up. We have this big bull bar, which is actually a bit of a concern because it's so much buying late in this trend, far from the moving average. Either way, we'll still have people that buy this close. And after this pullback, the market wants to test back up to this close so that the buyers here can get out, break even. So it looks like this was an attempt up to do that, but they couldn't quite get there. So if it's unable to get all the way up, then those bulls are going to be trapped into their longs. But we'll have to give it a little bit more time to see if they can get up to it. But it's good for the bears that the bulls were not able to get up there, because bulls might have to rush to get out of their longs if the market starts falling. I'll go back to the 1 minute chart. So that's what it looked like on the 5 minute chart. Then you can see on the 1 minute chart, it's basically like a double top here. Oh, Manny, Bitcoin also was above 60. It was above 75,000 for a moment. So Bitcoin's been up about 5,000 in the last hour or so. So here's the Bitcoin chart.
Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters here in New York. It is 10:30 p.m. in the east, 7:30 in the west, and we have a CBS News projection in a closely watched Senate race in Maryland. CBS News projects that Democrat Angela Also Brooks has won in that state over the former governor, Larry Hogan. All night, we have been laser focused on those key battleground states that are right here in purple. We have yet to call or project any of these 7 states. They are all toss-ups at this hour. Let's take a look at the peach state of Georgia at this hour. You can see 86%.
So they have Georgia as a toss-up.
As you can see, about 80% of the vote in the Tar Heel
But
state.
if we pull
Donald
up
Trump currently with a lead, but we still rate this as a toss-up, as some of the major cities have not yet reported.
But if we pull up Georgia,
take a look at
so
Pennsylvania.
this is how the news does it. They were saying Georgia was a toss-up, but if you look at the betting odds, Trump has a 99% chance of winning. He's basically already won Georgia, but they're saying Georgia's a toss-up. Pennsylvania, look, they have it right here. They have it marked as a toss-up. But if you look at the betting odds, he has an 87% chance of winning. So that's why, that's why I really trust these betting markets, because it's real people putting real money on the line with their information that they have, versus the media that's just trying to make money off of selling ads, which we haven't gotten enough ads tonight.
Yes.
Well, welcome to the room where it happens.
I know. I'm excited to be here because Pennsylvania, everybody's curious about what's going on in that state. We'd heard about some polling places staying open late, young kids in line.
Lehigh University, exactly. So let's just walk through very gradually where we are currently in Pennsylvania. Here's where the outstanding vote is yet to come in. This is where the Harris campaign is hoping it can make up some ground. You see around Philadelphia and the Collar counties and Pittsburgh and Allegheny. I will show you some numbers now, Nora, that illustrate what's outstanding. So Bucks County, more than 200,000 votes still outstanding. Montgomery County, 342. Chester County, 300,000. Delaware County, 243. Philadelphia, 256. Allegheny County, 192,000. All that is still outstanding. So how do we look at Pennsylvania writ large right now? We look at it this way. To prevail in Pennsylvania, claim those vital 19 electoral votes, Kamala Harris, the vice president, needs 52% of the outstanding vote. What is our current estimate based on the data? 54%. So she is in position currently to achieve victory in Pennsylvania based on the data set as we know it and as it overlays
What?
and historical trends.
They just said she's the favorite, Pennsylvania.
Because you are saying there is still a huge outstanding vote, not only in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, but what we call these collar counties.
Precisely, the suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's look as
These are high population centers, and of course we know Trump does very well in the rural areas.
So let's walk through some of them in that area. Here's Bucks County. Robert Costa was just talking about it. That's the current trend, only 34% in, but let's look at the historical. So right now, again, it's early, a third of the vote in, running slightly ahead of the percentages in Bucks County. Let's go right next door to Montgomery County, running a little bit ahead then. Again, 36% in. You don't want to draw too many conclusions. Not so favorably in Chester County, running a little bit behind there, but as you closer you get to Philadelphia, running a little bit ahead. These are positive signs for the Harris campaign, at least initially. Also, Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, running slightly ahead of the totals there. And in Lackawanna County, Scranton, not running right next to former President Biden.
You know, the betting markets are saying something completely different from the story they're telling.
In Luzerne County, running slightly ahead of Joe Biden. Those are somewhat soft, encouraging signs for the vice president, at least in Pennsylvania.
But what about the rural counties that he may be doing even better than he did 4 years ago?
So let's look at the ones that the Trump campaign was very focused on outside of Pittsburgh. Let's go to Butler County, which has all sorts of literal resonance for the president.
Interesting.
Running right about where he was in 2020. Beaver County, also a nice place, doing well there. Westmoreland County, even a larger concentration of voters, more strongly there. Washington County.
All right. E-mini double top on the 1 minute chart. I want to show the 5 minute chart again to demonstrate this. Bulls that were buying all these closes through here, and they bought this close. This tail did not come back up to that close. So the bulls that bought this and bought more lower, they were not able to get out break even on their first entry. So now they're stuck in those longs, and now they're having to sell out of those longs. And that's probably a lot of what's causing this right now. You know, if they almost got out break even, but then they got stuck, and now they're getting scared, and they don't want to hold those longs, and they causes this big quick drop off. This seems technical. This does not seem like this is because of election news. You know, the odds have basically stayed the same. He's basically still at 90%, and this is very technical. This is just the market just doing. I mean, this is just price action. This is just how the market moves. We're far away from the 200 moving average. However, you know, we're starting to kind of get closer to it. I think if it touches the moving average, it's probably going to bounce at the moving average. Let me show you the last time it touched the moving average, which is way back here. And there we go, that's better. You know, just look at what's on the chart here. It tests the moving average here, bounced. It tested it here and actually had a little bit of room for a scalp. Broke through it, but tested it here, broke out, tested it here, and here. tested again and again, a couple more times. So the 1 minute, this 200 moving average, it's reliable on the 1 minute chart as well. Okay, so Bitcoin's had this huge rally up tonight. They're setting up for possibly another rally up. So why is that? Look at these two bear bars. That's acting as a double bottom here. Now we still have 1 minute left on this bar here. If it closes something like this, I think that'd be a reasonable swing trade to buy above that. So we have a strong move up, double bottom, good looking bull bar for that move to continue. So I think that'd be, as long as it closes decently, as long as it doesn't pull back far in the last few minutes or the last few seconds of the bar. So I think that'd be a bar that you could buy above it, put your stop below, and go for 2 times your risk. The Bitcoin, it is so the movement on a Bitcoin future, it should be for every $1,000 in Bitcoin, the future will move $100. So if the market goes up $1,000 here, then your position would be worth $100 more for one contract. So this weakens the buy. However, this is still a buy above that bar. It weakens it because of that tail, but it still closed above the moving average. It's still good context. I think the key here is that it's still closed above the midpoint.
Near perfect record. And she is running slightly behind Joe Biden. Trump is currently in the lead there. We have it a light shade of red, leaning Trump.
Really interesting. All right. Thank you, Major, for indulging me. Now to Maurice Dubois at our Path to Victory table. And Maurice, I know we're all looking about the importance of Pennsylvania.
We sure are, Nora. Thank you so much. Let's first take you through where we stand right now. We are at 201 for Donald Trump, 91 for Kamala Harris. But if we look at the beginning of the night, this is where we expected and will expect the votes to go throughout the evening. Red states for Trump, blue states for Kamala Harris. She started with 226. He started with 219, and what we believe to be likely based on past experience and past voting. Okay, so let's see what Pennsylvania, how it shakes out when it comes to being pivotal for Donald Trump. If he were to flip Georgia and get the 16 votes there, electoral votes, and take North Carolina and to hold on to that, and then go to Pennsylvania and take the 19 electoral votes there. We talked about this earlier, but that would bring him straight to 270, lights out. He's the next president of the United States. If he cannot hold on to Pennsylvania, he then has to go through the southern strategy, the Sun Belt, if you will. So that would mean flipping Georgia, holding on to North Carolina, taking Arizona, taking Nevada as well. He's still not there. He's at 268, so he would have to take one of the upper Midwest, right? If he doesn't get Pennsylvania, he'd have to take Wisconsin or Michigan, and he gets right there to 278. Now, for Harris, Pennsylvania is huge. It's big. So if she were to take Pennsylvania and hold on to it, Joe Biden won it by 82,000 votes last time, and to hang on to Michigan, this is the blue wall we talked about, and Wisconsin, we don't know where that's going to go. That would get her right to 270. So Pennsylvania, pivotal as it has been for so many elections in the past. But again, we're at nail-biter status, 7 battleground states. We just don't know. This is where we stand right now.
Yeah.
Laura.
Whoever wins Pennsylvania
Maurice Dubois,
wins the election.
thank you so much. And when we come back, we'll have new results to report. CBS News. And
All right. So market's kind of going sideways now. You know, there's going to be more movement tonight. I think the more interesting question is not what's going to happen for the rest of the night. What's going to happen over the next week, next month. You know, we were talking earlier in this stream. Could there be a sell-off after this election? You know, there could be. The market could continue to rally. I'm not saying either way something's going to happen, but I have a feeling that the market is waiting for this event to occur for a sell-off. It doesn't matter who wins. The market is just wanting this election to happen and to play out before it does it. And you'll see that sometimes. It's kind of like, it's similar to buy the rumor, sell the news. It's similar to that. It's kind of different. It's the same idea though. It's different because the market is just waiting for it needs that liquidity to it almost needs a reason to, it needs to give the participants in the market a reason to take the trades. And the election is kind of inducing that. It's almost like the market wants to go down, but it needs a reason to do so. And so the election will happen, and then it'll just say, oh, and it went down because of this reason. And that's just the feeling I have. It's just from watching it and seeing different events take place. So no, I'm not taking I'm not shorting the market. I'm not taking any trades off of it. I'm just kind of throwing my 2 cents. So Bitcoin, another bull bar. Setting up for a possible swing trade above that. The thing is, it needs to be triggered on this bar. So it has 3 minutes to go above that to trigger the long. I would not want to hold a stop order above that if we close with a bear bar here. I think you can see how misleading the media can be, though, because they actually had Pennsylvania and Georgia marked as toss-ups, and they're discussing it as if there's like a good chance that Kamala could win, like Georgia, for example. But we were looking at it. I mean, Trump was almost a certainty to win Georgia, and they're showing it as a toss-up. You know, their job is to put eyes in front of advertisements. So I just think about, like, in past years, like 2020, 2016, when let's say 2016, when I really don't think there were betting markets on. At least they weren't too as popular as they are now, and as well formed. You know, I wasn't looking at something like this in 2016. Who will win Georgia? So whatever news you're watching, you know, you just take it and you say, oh yeah, like yeah, Georgia's a toss-up right now, even though actually what's happening is they have a 97% chance of winning. So I will place an order here to buy above this.
Order submitted.
But it has to be filled in the next minute. It has to be filled on this bar. I'm not going to hold if this is a... Because I like the idea of a swing here, but it has to happen now. We have to break out above it now. I'm not going to leave the stop order above here with this bear bar. So I'll give it 30 seconds and I'll cancel it if it's not going to happen.
Order canceled.
Right, so it's not going to happen. I spawned it. It's been a good night. I wish we had more moves like this. You know, just a nice solid trend up. We kind of spent the first part of it in this trading range, and then we've spent the last hour in this trading range. Earlier, someone had mentioned the Doge chart. Let me pull up. I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up whatever chart you guys want to look at. Yeah, I mean, it looks like all crypto is going to be up. You know, Bitcoin's up 5,000. Oh, okay, it just updated here. So Doge is up. Doge is up 30. Wow, it's up. Dogecoin is up 35% today. And really, it's up 35% in the last 4 hours because the move started here. So yeah, so Doge is up 35% in. Dang, I told some guy to sell his Doge. So, you know, what do I know?
Shifts. We're looking at some analysis that my colleagues Corey and Kabir have been running on those precincts, and I can tell you that we're seeing a vote shift at about -2 overall from Democrats 2020 to now. And you can see it coming in live, populating here. But the really key thing here, Nora, is in neighborhoods that are Latino, Hispanic neighborhoods, including up in here in the northern part in Fair Hill, as we get up here away from the center city, we are seeing perhaps a 6 to 8 point swing from 2020 away from the Democrats. I know a lot of folks talked about that might go the other way after maybe Donald Trump's comments or other comments that they'd heard, but nope, in fact, that is going back towards Donald Trump right now. So all in all, the other thing that's really important here is it looks like turnout is also tracking to be a little lower. So between that little bit of a vote shift, between the Hispanic vote shift that we're seeing so far and the fact that it's tracking a little bit lower on turnout, right? Might even come in at under 700,000, at least right now. None of that bodes well for Kamala Harris. And that's your local level dive into Philadelphia.
All right, Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett, thank you. Were you going to say something, Cecilia?
You know, I was going to say, viewers may hear what Anthony just said and think that that sounds counterintuitive, right? Given the rhetoric that we have heard from Donald Trump over this campaign and his 4 years in office and the campaign leading up to it. One of the polls that has been the most illustrative for me from this entire campaign is the one that said 2/3 of Latinos who were surveyed said that they believe that Donald Trump was not referring to people like them when he spoke about immigrants, and half of foreign-born Latinos said the same thing. Broadly speaking, Latinos are still overwhelmingly Democrat, but Donald Trump has very successfully started to get into this population. Many Latinos seem to be finding a sense of belonging in Trump's otherism because he is talking to them the same way he talks to white voters. They hear him on the economy. That's their message from him.
All right, when we return, poll closings in 4 Western states, including California and
So I'm not sure if the odds had popped above 95% yet. We're basically there, 95. So I assume the Pennsylvania is going to be about 95. I'll refresh it. Okay, well, 88. So Bitcoin's now starting to go a little bit sideways. So you're gonna need to wait for a few bars if we're looking to buy again, probably. Ian, I just saw your message here. What am I trading? So we have the E-mini up, and we have the 1 minute chart. We've also been peeking around at other markets like Bitcoin. Bitcoin has had a great rally tonight. Bitcoin is up 5,000 in a couple hours, maybe 5,000 in 3 hours. So great night to be a Bitcoin holder. We were also looking at gold earlier. I'm not too impressed by the price action on gold tonight. So kind of looking at just E-mini and Bitcoin. Oh, just for fun, someone had asked for us to look at Doge earlier, and check out Doge. Doge is up 35% in 4 hours. So looks like it's a great night to be a crypto holder. I had made a video in July. You see it, pull it up. I made a video in July about how Trump was a pro-Bitcoin president, and from July, I was thinking 100,000 could be a target for the end of the year. And so now that Trump has a very strong odds of winning tonight, and then we can see that crypto is way up. So this is the video right here. We went over technical reasons, as well as we discussed Trump in there and what Trump was doing with Bitcoin. We have a more recent video. Oh, here we go. What's next? We have this more recent video. And once again, this goes over the technicals for Bitcoin on why a breakout was likely to happen. So, if you're curious, you could check out either of those. I kind of explain the technical analysis more in detail.
And it's 54.
Chris, any of your sources there saying when we might know result of some of these big races, including the presidential race in Arizona?
It really comes down to how close they are, Lindsay. If it's a very, very close race like it was in 2020, it could be several days. If we're talking about several percentage points difference, we could know that perhaps as soon as tomorrow. But it's unusual that we know them that quickly anymore here in Arizona.
Chris Van Cleve in Phoenix, thank you so much. Polls are scheduled to close in 4 more western states
Well,
at the top
I appreciate
of the hour.
that, Ian.
California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. You're watching America Decides.
By the way, if you're ever wanting me to make a video on a certain topic, then just let me know. I'd be happy to, go over a certain kind of analysis, or go over like if you have questions on like how to trade, or anything. When I have free time, I'll be happy to make a video. I'm going to pull up the E-mini daily chart. So this is what we have for the daily chart. Now we still have another hour in this bar, but it looks like it's going to be a very strong bull bar. With the bull bar this strong, there's usually some follow-through buying. So let me see. So we've not yet actually got up to 5,900, and that's going to be a big target for us. It's 5,900. We might get up to it now. We've had a kind of a few legs back here, but we're really not falling. The market's really not collapsing. If it can get above the moving average here and stay above it, we might be looking for a swing buy up to 5,900. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that. But daily chart, this strong of a move, we'll probably get at least a little bit of follow through. Possibly enough follow through to get up to 6,000. We have to keep that number in mind. We are pretty close to getting to 6,000 now. We're basically just a day, we're just one strong day away from getting it. Also, look at this. So we've had our support line drawn in here. Tested it here, a couple times pulled back here, tested it here again. So effectively, we got a double bottom here at this support line. So I would expect there to be buyers of this close and buyers above the bar. So it's looking good for the rest of the week. It's kind of tough because we have the interest rates on Thursday. They're not doing FOMC this week on Wednesday. They're doing it on Thursday because of the election. So that's just tricky. So I wouldn't be holding anything overnight. There's too much election news, too much interest rate news. Don't be holding anything overnight. Trade small. But to me, it looks like probably for the rest of the week, there should be a bullish bias. And we have 6,000 above. We have 5,900 pretty close. We have these targets above with a lot of bullishness. Just look for long trades. If the market looks like it's about to start turning, if the market's been pulling back some and it looks like it's about to start turning back up, then go for a swing trade. and trade small. So for anyone interested in joining the Discord link should be in the description. And in the future, we're going to have all live streams on the Discord. So we're going to no longer have them on YouTube. We're going to have them on Discord. Discord should have a little bit less of a delay as well, from what I understand. So that should be good. And here we have a section where you can post your trades, and you can just post your trade for fun, or if you'd like, you can ask for feedback on what you could have done better. So I think that's a good resource there. Andy Jassy, he just comes in and he just he shows off his trades in here. But we have a lot of if you want feedback on some, you go ahead and screenshot your trade, and I'll be happy to give my thoughts on it and see what could have been different. We also have a competition for a $25 gift card. So if you can guess the closing price on Friday at 4:15, and you're the closest guess, then you'll win the $25 gift card. So just make sure you have your guess in by tomorrow at noon.
Through that margin in Wisconsin.
Sure can. Far less relative vote in there, right? We're at 60. We're at 60%. So the needs yet doesn't quite come into play as much, but we are going to be looking at places like Milwaukee. And if I look at that and then I show you the history there, you see this tells very much the story. So far, Harris is trailing Joe Biden's numbers there in Milwaukee, and that doesn't necessarily tell a strong story for her. Just a little bit behind Joe Biden's numbers in critical Dane County. This is a place where Democrats traditionally really run up a lot of votes. Now, again, this is not all in, but that tracking number plus just slightly lower turnout, perhaps, that's not enough of a margin.
And let's walk through the needs and our projections currently.
You got it. Okay, so there's your needs, right? Needs 51% of the estimate. That's not that hard to do, okay? So the trouble is, given what I just showed you in those key Democratic counties, right now she's tracking it, getting 44% of the outstanding votes. So again, still a lot of vote to come, still some uncertainty here, but right now not immediately on track.
And because we only have 61% of the vote in statewide, that's why we have not made a designation in this race. It is still a toss-up based on our estimates, but these are the trend lines at this hour.
Leadership and what?
All right, thank you so much. I want to go, we're going to dive into the exit poll numbers in Wisconsin. Are you ready?
I'll just
real quick, because we'll know what's going on in Wisconsin.
Tiny little dash into Wisconsin, just two little pieces. One, let's look at the union household vote in Wisconsin. Kamala Harris is up 50 to 49. It's basically 50-50, actually, in what you're about to see on your screen. So it's even, flat among union households in Wisconsin. Biden won that group by 19 in 2020. So
this is the working class vote.
This is the working class vote. This is the connections long-standing to Joe Biden's advocacy for the unions that helped him in 2020. But here in Wisconsin, if Wisconsin is not going well for the vice president, that could be one reason why. Now, one reason it could be going well, just to remind from something we talked about earlier, that she is winning with seniors by 17 points. Biden only won with seniors by 6 points. So as we watch where each coalition is built, Kamala Harris is not doing well with union voters.
Your future is at your fingertips.
Ninja Trader. We do like Ninja
Take
Trader.
Take advantage of the flexibility and
we're
diversity.
Okay with Ninja Trader ads.
I think this is a good time to go over to the path to victory, and I know that Ed O'Keefe is there with Maurice Dubois. So let's play that scenario out, because if Georgia goes red and Wisconsin goes red, does Kamala Harris have a path to victory, and what does it include?
She does, and it narrows.
Yeah, so Nora, I want to show you something. This is the briefing book that we all got, right? And right in the beginning of it, there are 21 different ways that Democrats can get to 270 plus, okay? 21 different options per our political unit. If you go through now and cross
This is
out
cute.
all the Georgia and Wisconsin options, she's down to very few. So this is where we are right now, right?
Yes, we are. We
I
have.
just want to point out that Margaret Brennan has already done that over here.
Yeah. So we're going
math going on.
to. Hey, at least the guys are asking for directions and using the map, right? So let's use
Which
the map.
way is up?
All right.
But Donald Trump ahead at the moment, 211 to 145. So let's go to our hypothetical map and see these paths to victory, right?
So let's make.
if Georgia does go red,
and make Wisconsin red.
Wisconsin goes red as well.
So now here's how she could get to 270. She would get Pennsylvania.
Got to hold on to Pennsylvania.
She'd have to get North Carolina.
Got to flip that.
And give her Arizona.
Got to take Arizona as well.
That's one way she can do it. The other way, if I'm looking at this correctly, North Carolina, we're going to make that red. North Carolina,
that narrows things.
Michigan,
and
Arizona, and Nevada.
Right.
There aren't many options at this point.
Right.
Okay. The other one would be Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona. We did Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona.
Those
would
two.
Be the other
Right.
option.
That's 270. Right.
Okay. This could go red. And that gets us, that gets her to
287.
It gets the map, it gets the entire country to 287, 251. So there's ways it could happen if Wisconsin and Georgia aren't happening.
Thank you. You made it very clear. Let me bring in Robert Costa, who has some new reporting real quick. Thank you.
Real quick, it's really interesting to imagine all the different scenarios, but I've been talking with my top Democratic sources close to the Harris campaign. They say Jen O'Malley Dillon, who's running the Harris campaign, now believes the blue wall is the path to victory. She sent out a memo stating that, and that's going around the top Democrats in Congress. Some of the top Democrats in Congress privately within recent minutes have told CBS News that they believe the blue wall is the way she gets to the White House. She must win, they believe, those 3 states. I just spoke to a source close to Speaker Pelosi. When I sat down with President Biden in August, he only name-checked one Democrat, Speaker Pelosi, the former speaker, for nudging him out of the race. A source close to her says she's watching
this
everything.
is a potential swing short here. I'm really looking for this market to kind of turn back up. But you can look at these bullish bars. They're trying to go higher, and they're struggling to. Then you get a good bear signal bar. So if I was going to short there, I'd be doing something like that. I'd put my stop right above that bar. I'd be betting on this breakout to happen down here. I'm hoping the market touches the moving average tonight. I've talked about this a couple times. 1 minute chart. These are the last times it's touched the 200 moving average. Bounce. Little bounce there. Broke through, bounced. Bounced. Bounced, bounced, bounced. So I'd really like to see how it reacts to the 200 moving average tonight. Bitcoin's going sideways. I could still see it coming back up here and testing these highs. I'm starting to get a bit of a triangle forming on Bitcoin. Other people might call this a wedge. But I'm a student of Al Brooks, so I call it a triangle. So, right. Legs up, legs down, that they are contracting. They're not getting as far. Might be able to call this the triangle. You know, that's reasonable. When you get a triangle, your first breakout usually fails, and then it returns back to the apex of the triangle right here. And then it goes in a direction. I think this can still be considered a triangle, though. So we'll look for this to break out one direction, and then usually it fails and comes back to the middle of the triangle. And it's surprising how often that occurs. All right, so if you would have gone short there, you would have gotten stopped out. But this might be a good catalyst for the bulls to start a move up to 5,900. In a way, it kind of looks like the Bitcoin daily chart that we were examining earlier. So move up, bear channel down, and then you get a breakout up, bull trend, bear channel, breakout up. So I wonder how much of the vote for Pennsylvania
Remember,
is
this was
in.
the one of the 7 battlegrounds that he won 4 years ago and is performing well in the rural areas of North Carolina. You could argue North Carolina was a must-win for Donald Trump tonight, and we rate it as lean Republican at this hour while it is still early in the night. Let's go now to Major Garrett to explain why.
So lean Trump for North Carolina. How did that happen? We should remind ourselves 5 visits by the former president to North Carolina in the closing week of this campaign, underscoring its importance as the Trump team looked at the electoral map of the country. So here we have 86% of the vote in. This is the actual vote as it has been tabulated. Here is our estimate of where this will land when all the votes are counted. 51.7 for Trump, 48.3 for the vice president. Where's the outstanding vote? We still see some outstanding vote there. But again, the numbers keep getting smaller and smaller. Mecklenburg, yes, there's vote out there, but it's simply not manifesting itself in the way that the vice president needs if she's going to prevail in North Carolina. Our estimates suggest she needs 59% of that outstanding vote, and we project, when it's all said and done, and Nora, you joined me over here. Great to have you back at the wall. 48%. So that's a big gap. 59% she needs. 48% is our current estimate based on outstanding vote.
They're like sweating. They're like getting nervous.
Data.
So you heard Robert Costa's reporting that Jen O'Malley Dillon has now sent out a memo. She's the campaign manager for the Vice President Harris, and says they still believe that the blue wall is the ultimate way to win. It's close in Pennsylvania. It may take a couple days to get the vote there. Michigan, it looked fairly good last time we looked. Wisconsin did not look that great.
Did not look good, no. But we were talking, and I heard you on the other room, because you guys are on the other side of the wall, about Arizona. So let's go to Arizona.
Yes, because this was my thing. Because Wisconsin is 11 electoral votes. If she loses that, she has to win Arizona. So what is happening in Arizona?
So here we have 51% of the vote in. That's where the total is currently. This is our estimate. We have it at 50.3 to 49.7. How does that compare to 2020? We remember how close it was. That's overperformance of Joe Biden. Things presently look good in Arizona. And
for the Democrats.
For Kamala Harris. Here's where the outstanding vote is. Maricopa County. Let's be specific. How much vote is still outstanding? Maricopa County. More than 1 million votes. Maricopa County in 2020 accounted for 61% of the statewide turnout. Let's go down to Tucson's Pima County. How much is outstanding? 273,000. So let's go back to that basic question. What does Kamala Harris need in Arizona to prevail? 50%. What do we have a current estimate of her projected ability to retain or achieve from the outstanding vote? 51%, on the razor's edge.
So Margaret Brennan and John Dickerson, we should look at, because Arizona is one of the 2 battleground states that has an abortion initiative or something to expand reproductive rights. So I'm curious how that affected the vote. And of course, oh, well, excuse me. I'm asking the wrong person. Major Garrett has it right here. Oh,
I have an answer for you, Nora.
Okay, yeah.
So we see this, 63%. We also see Trump well ahead of Kerry Lake running for the Senate. So there are, in Arizona, and this was a big question, would there be Trump-Rubin Gallego votes in Arizona? Actually, in fact, there were. But was there a transference on the question of abortion and linkage with Vice President Harris? This data indicates not nearly as much as the Democrats.
Well, I'm wondering if she's riding, if the Vice President is riding the coattails of Gallego and the abortion initiative.
She very well might. She very well might. But not nearly as strong. There's not that connection that many people thought there might be.
All right, so let's go back to the paths to victory on that front now that both Georgia and North Carolina are in the lean Republican column. Maurice Dubois and Ed O'Keefe are there. Gentlemen?
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, this is the current map, right? 211 to 145, with many votes still to be counted. But let's take you back to the likely expectation. Mostly red, Donald Trump; blue for Kamala Harris. And if those states we just mentioned go red, what does that do? That brings Donald Trump within
Just
9 votes.
9. So all he needs is Arizona or Michigan or Pennsylvania eventually. It might take a few days in both of these. That same General Malley Dillon memo, by the way, says that we're not going to get final vote until about 3 to 5 a.m. local time in Wisconsin. So stick with us.
So then for Kamala Harris, what does that look like?
Okay, so she's at 226.
Got to take Pennsylvania.
Let's say she squeaks by there. Let's say she squeaks by in Michigan. Now she needs 10 more.
Arizona.
Let's make that red right now. See, this is the problem for her.
This is a major. All right.
Okay.
Nevada.
Turn it blue.
Center blue. Okay. She holds Nevada from last time.
But he wins.
He does win.
Okay. Now, I want to flip it.
It's Arizona.
Give her that one. She wins.
That shows you exactly.
This is why we're going to be here a few days potentially, because if we're going to get in all these tight margins, we're going to have to be waiting for every single last vote. That's the way it could conceivably happen.
If you haven't bitten your nails yet,
start biting.
They're going to be bitten. All right, that's where we stand. Those are the past, Nora.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm just walking back over.
Yeah.
I think yeah, I know, Margaret, you heard me. I had a question for you about the abortion initiative. Yeah.
I did.
All right. So Bitcoin making an effort to get back up there. However, I do think this triangle, like I said, I mean, you could argue the triangle was here. However, I do still think that this triangle will be in play here, something like that. So maybe we can get up here to these highs, but I think it's going to probably pull back down to this area. I'm going to pull up the 5-minute for the E-mini. when you see bars like this, tails on bottom, overlapping bars, you know, bear bar, bull bar, bear bar, it just keeps going like that. Then just wait, just avoid trades. Wait till you get a better setup or breakout. Wait until it's doing something different from this. Don't try to hop in here. You'll get really mixed up. So Trump's been sitting around this 94% or so for a while now. I guess that makes sense, you know, to squeeze out that last like 5%. It's probably need a few more hours. So for the E-mini, I think it's about even. There's about an even percent chance that it would go up from here or down. So either way, I would be interested in making a swing trade off of the moving average. So I'll draw kind of what I think might happen. So if it's going to go down, say the market gets below the moving average, makes a couple attempts go higher, does something like that. If it's going to go up, it's basically going to be the opposite of that. So we'll make a couple attempts go lower through here, and then, you know, bears try to go lower once and twice, and then you get a good signal bar off the moving average, and then swing up. It'd be something like that. But it feels about 50-50 and what's going to happen. So I think either would be fine to try to be taken. You just got to wait for the right setup. So Bitcoin's getting up around the highs, the recent highs that it's made. And these are the all-time highs for Bitcoin. This is the highest price that Bitcoin has been. Yeah, you guys are funny, Manny, Evie. These two guys are let me see if they're on.
To get you on your way.
Nope, we got an ad. Yeah, I liked the two guys that were going over the screen at the end there. They're like almost out of breath as they're talking about it. So like this bar here, it's a potential swing buy. I want to see more from the bulls to be able to buy above that. Like this is too much overlap for me to be hopping on like the first bull bar like this. I don't want to be buying there. I like the signal bar, but I don't like what it's following, which is this trading range.
More sports, more.
Question is whether Trump will come out and speak. He's been watching the returns at his resort in Mar-a-Lago with family and friends like Elon Musk. So we're just waiting to see whether he does come out here and speak. Lindsay.
CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns in West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you so much. You're watching CBS News, America Decides. Stay with us.
Oh, back to commercial. Robinhood will be coming out with futures trading. Not sure how soon they plan to do that, but I think it's going to have like 50-cent commissions on futures contracts. So what that means is you're probably not going to get a very good fill. They're probably going to steal a tick from you to be able to charge 50 cents. But I think that'll be interesting when, Robinhood has really bad charting. I know they're going to be working on their charting a lot, but I think it'd be kind of a fun video to try out the futures trading on Robinhood. Let's check out some of these poly market. See if there's any interesting markets on here. Popular vote, 89% chance Trump. I mean, it sure looks like Trump's going to be the winner. It's kind of cool. They got other markets on here like Super Bowl. They got all kinds of stuff. I did place a bet that Kamala would win the popular vote. So I guess I'm going to lose that one. So E-mini's trying to break out a bit here. I liked that candlestick. It's just too much overlap for me. I don't like buying near the top of that. If you have a rule to not trade during this, then that's going to be that rule is going to serve you very, very well long term. Bitcoin might be making another leg up here.
Tester in trouble there. Democrats would have to make inroads into Republican-held states to offset these losses. With such a narrow margin for error, they were bullish for a while on their prospects in Texas with Colin Allred, the former NFL player, with Ted Cruz, who eked out a 3-point win in 2018, projected as the winner here, and that is a wider margin with 80% of the vote in. Same deal in Florida. Democrats aspired to being competitive in Florida. Rick Scott projected as the winner there. So there are no more outs for Democrats on this map. They still have to protect the state of Pennsylvania. They still have to protect Nevada. And look at Arizona. This is an open seat. The incumbent senator in Arizona is retiring. Ruben Gallego, the congressman from the Phoenix area, faring well early on. We forecast this one right now as lean Democrat against Carrie Lake, who lost her bid for governor 2 years ago. Let me quickly show you the U.S. House. Oh, by the way, control of the U.S. House is at stake tonight. I'm standing in the very narrow battleground seat races that exist. The magic number here is clear, 218. There really is a bunch of offsetting dynamics so far, Nora. Quickly, in New York, Democrats making some inroads. There's a lean race that was held by a first-term Republican on Long Island, another one in central New York and Syracuse. Democrats faring well early, but Republicans also seem to be out of the gates good in some of their battleground races from Iowa through the Tidewater area of Virginia.
So if the mini is going up here, it sure looks like it's going to want to test 5,900. It's getting this close. Good chance we're going to just head right up to that 5,900. You know, to get to 6,000, all I have to do is just scrunch the chart a little bit. 6,000 just right up here. Could just be a couple days away. I don't think it's a couple days away, but the market could get up there. It could be a target for this week. You know, I mean, daily chart, E-mini. Look at this great bull bar. Surely we'll get some follow-through buying from this. Bitcoin got a bullish signal bar. Now we are coming into this previous high, but I don't think that's bad for a swing trade above that. I think there's potential for this breakout to occur here.
Yeah, a long.
Certainly among women, certainly among the reproductive rights, certainly among some of the black voters. That's why I think people are so concerned at this particular point.
Gil, thank you. Want to bring in Robert Costa on that note. Robert?
Just briefly to add to what Scott McFarlane was talking about in terms of a possible expanded House majority for Republicans. Speaker Mike Johnson just made remarks in Louisiana to his supporters. He believes he will enter next year as the Speaker of the House, should he win the gavel again, with more Republicans in the House. He also stated publicly that he believes there will be a Republican Senate and a Republican in the White House in Donald Trump. So you're looking potentially, and to Gail's point, it's early in the night. A lot of votes still need to be counted, but Republicans are already tonight at this hour getting confident about what could be a very ambitious policy agenda next year.
And it's not just Republican senators. These will be Republican senators, very different than the Republican senators who were there when Donald Trump won in 2016. Jeff Flake, John McCain, Mitt Romney, those three are all gone. And these are Republican senators who grow up out of and into the Trump politics. It'll be a different, if Donald Trump wins, a different Washington, different Republican majority.
We are pleased to be joined now by South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn. And Congressman Clyburn, good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
So what you have seen so far tonight, do you believe there is still a path to victory for Vice President Harris?
Well, there's still a path, but it's thorny, and we'll see how it comes out. The fact of the matter is that the blue wall is still there, though there seems to be some underperforming in some areas we thought we were in good shape, but we'll just have to wait and see. It's not over yet.
Mm-hmm. And what about what you just heard from Speaker Johnson, that he is predicting that he will retain control?
I'm going to pause them. So Trump has a 95% chance of winning the White House. Like here's Senate control after the election. It's basically a certainty that Republicans will win. Then House control, 83% chance Republicans win. So there's probably about an 80% chance right now that Republicans will have all three, Senate, House, and White House, which means they'll have complete control for 2 years. And so I definitely agree with what they were saying. There could be some very aggressive policy changes, because without the Senate and the House, there's not going to be anything. And right, if all three of them have it, then if they have control over all three, there's nothing else to stop them from making their moves. So we were talking about a swing buy above that. It's not going to trigger. Looks like market's rather wanting to come back and test the apex of this triangle. All right, so guys, if you guys have any questions, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream in a few minutes. So go ahead and ask anything you like. On the Discord, I'm gonna go ahead and call the election. Big guy, I'm gonna say, Big Guy Trades is calling the. I'm calling it first. I'm calling it before the AP or CNN or anyone else. Big Guy Trades is calling the election. I'm calling it. So we're gonna have a morning live stream tomorrow as well. I won't have an afternoon live stream. We will, we'll probably go until, we might do like an hour, like 10:30 to 11:30, something like that. We'll see. If you guys are interested in trying to win your $25 gift card, just put your guess in this section, the big prize. Let's put your guess for where the mini will close on Friday, and you'll have a chance at winning your $25 gift card. if you're the closest guess. All right, guys. Well, so this was a lot of fun. This was a good night. Thank you guys for spending this time with me and watching the election, watching the charts. I had a lot of fun. It was good to experience this. I hope you guys learned something. I hope you had fun too. All right, guys. So you guys have a good night. I'll see you next time.